There we are,
I can
Vic.
see myself. Don't know if we're live yet. We might be close. Are we live?
I think so.
Are we live? Just got to hit the power button. There we go. We got the power button going, and we are all set. We are live here tonight.
Figured it out, Vic.
Saturday night, regular Joe Poker Show here at the Reserve Poker Club at 5105 Glendale Avenue in Toledo, Ohio. And my name is Vic Gager.
And I am Brian Smith.
And we are here tonight ready to get this going with the regular Joe Poker Show. This is a regular, excuse the pun, show for us on Saturday night. And we're looking down here at our chats on Facebook and YouTube, and it looks like we've already got some cheering sections going.
Yeah, I see them already blowing up the chat, which is good to see. We like having the viewers be active. I figured MGM Bob would be a fan favorite. A lot of people like him at the table. He's got a real good demeanor about him, always smiling, always handing out jokes. I see Motor City Darren is there as well, and Anastasia sitting down.
Yep.
Got Joshua, a.k.a. The Thinker.
The Thinker is there, and so we're gonna be getting this started pretty soon. This is going to be a 4-hour podcast live stream, however you want to phrase it, for us tonight. So we should be going until about 10:15. We've been talking about the breaks in these shorter ones, so I'm not sure if that got resolved for tonight. Whether they're going to do a break tonight.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything. I would assume we'll probably give the players more of a notice. Their break might be intact tonight, but
and it might be shorter.
Yeah, but expect that to be on the wayside as we continue with these shorter live streams on Thursday and on Saturday.
Raise the time.
Yeah, and so we've got Ricky rooting for Silver Fox.
Neil,
the Silver Fox.
Yeah, Ricky, he's due to come back and hop on the 1-3 game as well, maybe even the 2-5. It's been a while since Billow's been on the stream. I know he enjoys playing.
MGM Bob now picks up right away, Ace King. And it looks like everybody's bought in for 500 here tonight.
Which is the max buy-in on the 1-3 regular Joe.
Unlike our Thursday night no-nit Thursday night, they can re-up there at the table if they so wish. So we could see much more money on the table as we do on Tuesday nights. And there's a shot of our main room, and tonight is the $60 freeze-out. This has been a staple for us on Saturday nights, and people really like freeze-out. And then when you think about a $60 freeze-out, what a great price point to come in and really challenge your game. If you've been playing a lot of tournaments where there's unlimited rebuys, add-ons, and everything else, you really want to challenge yourself as a poker player. You got to get into some freeze-outs, right?
I agree. I like the freeze-outs just because everybody has the same opportunity. There is no that person has more chips because they had more money. It's all based on your skill set. Everybody's got the one additional add-on at the cage to start, and other than that, it's what you got is what you got.
And everybody that showed up before the start of the tournament tonight, they signed up. We had a little twist. It's probably a little too late to take advantage of that now because they're going to do the drawing at the second round. But little added incentive tonight with the $60 freeze-out. And MGM Bob here just picks up another good hand right after the ace-king. Now he's got ace-queen, and he's going to raise it up. And, Anastasia.
Yeah, she's got the kings.
She's got the kings.
I was talking to her a little bit before, and she was nervous. She didn't recognize any names, and I said, "You'll be just fine. Just play your game. Yeah, play your game." And
yep.
And her game right now is pocket kings, and she's going to fire into Bob.
All right, well, good lay down there for Bob.
Yeah, pretty easy.
Picking up early on that he was probably up against a pretty good hand. But back to the little additional incentive here tonight on the $60 freeze-out. We're going to draw a name out of everybody that got here for the sign-up of that tournament, and that person will be getting their $60 back from what their buy-in was tonight, as well as a voucher for a $140 buy-in to the Summer Series main event. And the main event starts Thursday. There's going to be 2 flights Thursday, Friday, Saturday each, 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. This is a $100,000 prize pool guarantee, $20,000 first place guarantee for the measly $140 buy-in. It's a great value. I don't want to call it measly because every dollar counts, but man,
to find that value, let's say we could say measly 140. I haven't seen another tournament where you can essentially win $20,000 for first prize with a $140 buy-in. But the reserve is going to do it once again right here in Toledo.
Anastasia now back-to-back. Here's
what
Kate,
is
now Jax.
Now she's got a set.
And she flops a set.
It's the same victim in Bob. See if Bob tries to get sticky here. Again, it is early. It's only the third hand of the night.
No help there for Bob. Checkmark goes to Anastasia with the set of kings. Let's see if she can get him to either bet into her or call some kind of bet. She puts a very callable bet out there.
Yeah, she's going to throw out 35, just hoping. Fortunately, Bob just got absolutely peanuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty cool what the club is doing tonight. Essentially giving away $200 to
$200
one lucky
value.
winner, getting that $60 buy-in back for the tournament tonight, and then they'll be able to fire one shot for free into the 100K. So
the 100K main event, as I mentioned, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 11 a.m., 6 p.m. Flights, two flights each. With regards to our live streaming schedule, next week, of course, we will not have the Tuesday night cash game or the Thursday or next Saturday, but we will be live streaming final table Sunday night, which is tomorrow night, for our $10,000 free roll, the $10,000 prize pool guarantee for no entry, $0.
Yep.
And then, so we'll have a live stream there Sunday night, Monday night, Wednesday night, and then we'll be doing the Thursday, Friday, Saturday evening flights. We'll do a final table for those, all culminating into next Sunday for the day 2 of the Summer Series main event.
By the way, did you see that hardware that we're giving away for each event as well?
Yeah.
Every event comes with a trophy.
So I did just post that on the Toledo page.
Oh, excellent.
That's what you saw me sitting over there in the corner by myself.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Before we got started, I said to Jim, I said, I took these pictures. Do you like these? And he said, yeah. I said, which one do you want? He says, just post it. I said, okay, all right, we'll do. You got it. And so I got that on there. There's a great picture. And maybe Jim has one we can put up here soon. Or he can steal the one from the Toledo page. But yeah, we're going to have really nice trophies for each event.
Yep.
Even the team event, which is Tuesday night. And just a reminder, you know, we typically do our tournaments around 6 o'clock, and the evening flights on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 6 o'clock. But please pay close attention for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Those tournaments start at 5 p.m. and we'll be opening the doors at 3:30. Also, tomorrow we start the free roll at 1 o'clock, and we'll be opening the doors at 11:30. And I know you and I talked about it quite a bit Thursday night here on the live stream, telling people, you get here at 11, you're pretty much going to see a line around the corner here, people waiting to get in. The last time we did this, we were somewhere around 260 entrants for the free roll. It was just huge, and we can seat 170 people.
Yep, can seat 170 pretty comfortably. Again, we had 120 alternates, if not more, last time. So, again, we encourage everybody to come in early, come in, get a player's card made so you're not waiting around. Even if you're not going to play in the free roll, get that player's card made and ready for the series. It'll make everything throughout the weekend go smoother for yourself.
37. Yep.
And Motor City Darren's going to start this raising because there's a lot of nice hands here. Start thing in this hand. So we've got Ace Jack and Ace Jack. Fearless Joe now. He's got pocket kings. Let's see what he does with that.
Fearless Joe, I remember he was a real tough player the last time he was on the stream. And here he is going to click it back. And Neil and Darren making it 150 to go with his kings. Darren's going to get out of the way. Neil would have really liked to have seen a flop, but probably not for 150.
Yeah. Yep.
I bought in for 4.
And we got Brett joining us. If you are watching, I do believe we have one final seat available. Had a late cancellation. Got caught up in some traffic, and they just decided to take the night off. So anybody interested in the 1-3 regular Joe show, we do have one seat available. Reach out to the reserve via Facebook or call into the club and let them know you want to lock up that seat. How we doing, Anthony? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Very much, Anthony.
There's been a lot of big pocket pairs, but not a lot of action yet. Everything's been pretty mild, pretty timid. But Anastasia in seat 10 is at Jacks, Kings.
They said that
And this is a room full of people like Brian mentioned. Anastasia said, "Well, I don't see any familiar faces." That isn't always a bad thing. But in this case tonight, I think we'll see a little bit of a slower start. As we mentioned, there's a 15-minute delay, and there's proof I'm talking to you and walking around the club at the same time. But that they could be, like a prize fight, just feeling each other out here.
Yep, it might be. You might not see the fight start until about the 6th round. In our case, probably about an hour and a half in. Kind of get a little history, break that tension a little bit with these players if they haven't played together. Fearless Joe. He's going to make it 25 over to Brett, who just sat down. Chip's still ice cold. He's going to throw him in, though. And Anastasia's getting restless with a King 7. She wants to see a flop.
She hits a piece of that, and she's the only one that hits a piece of it.
Yeah, the best piece of it as well. All right, we're going to see a turn.
Let's see if she can fire at this. The reasoning would be that if somebody didn't bet out, they probably don't have a jack, so the jack shouldn't necessarily be feared. But it can be a scare card for a weaker 7 like that, or a weaker king, I should say. And Fearless Joe, showing no fear, putting a bet of 40 out there. Gets Brett to fold. And she's going to believe it.
Yeah, she's just going to get out of the way, wait for a better spot. Yep.
Yeah, right. Out of position, and kind of a weak starting hand. Almost might have been regretting
the call
making that call to begin with.
Yep.
And that can have a real, psychological effect on your play in any given hand. If all of a sudden you're in the hand and you're thinking, "What the hell am I doing here?" Right? I mean, that's not necessarily the train of thought. Even if you're going to go in with a weak hand, at some point you got to try to psychologically talk yourself into belonging.
If you're not committed, then there's a good chance that your chips aren't going to be committed, and it's
great way to put that.
Only going to get disastrous for you.
Yeah. So while I was there in the room, they asked me to run and get the yellow knit chips because they are going to do a knit chip game here. And Eddie is explaining the rules to everybody. The yellow knit chip, you win a hand, you must show the winning hand, and then you get to turn in that yellow knit chip. If you are the last person standing with the yellow knit chip in front of you, you will be contributing $5 to each to all the other players. So in this case, we've got 9 players, so it'd be $40 comes out of your stack, and you pay that up. So it's definitely an incentivizer.
To win and show. You'll see a lot of players play hands maybe a little bit more aggressively pre-flop, just because they're okay with taking it down and getting rid of that yellow chip without having to see too many cards or invest too much into the pot. Lori's joining us from Detroit. How are we doing, Lori? Thanks for tuning in.
Very loyal watcher. Thank you, Lori.
And again, Billows, he's rooting for the Silver Fox, Neil. Neil over in, I believe he's in seat 7. Seat 8?
Yes. Well, seat 8.
However you want to draw it up.
If you count the open seat there in the middle that we, as Brian mentioned, we do have space right now. We had a last minute cancellation. And I believe also going into this we had a short list, and that seems to have disappeared. So either if you can get over here and fill that seat, or if you think it's going to take a while, give us a call, get on the list, and let us know if you'd like to be part of the regular Joe Poker Show tonight.
Absolutely. As you can see, it seems a bit friendly tonight, but that can absolutely change at any given moment.
So Anthony did take the hand down, that last hand, and he did show.
He did
which
show,
means
yeah.
He got rid of his yellow nit chip, which leaves.
You can see that on that graphic there, no yellow dot. And even here on these graphics, players with that yellow dot after their name, that means they still have that nit chip. Still at risk of paying every player $5 at the table if they're the last to have it.
GM raises up. Now it's going to come back around. Brett's going to raise it up to 3-bet to 35 and then fold all the way around. But MGM Bob's going to make the call, so we're going to go heads up into this flop.
Quick check there from Bob over to Brett. He's going to check it back to him.
Brett now hits his queen. MGM Bob's going to like a delayed reaction type of bet here. No help for Bob. See if he wants to continue to tell the story.
Yeah, looks like he's kind of picking up on it. He does check it over to Brett. Brett's going to fire out. Brett shows, going to get rid of his nit chip.
And then there were 7. Still have a nit chip here, and this is the everybody bought in tonight for 500. This is a 1-3 game.
That's what we're wondering, Lori. I just was wondering when Billow's going to come back. He's got that Billow Army, Billow Nation following him as he plays, always supporting him.
Yeah. And is that Daniel coming in?
It is going to be Daniel taking over the ship.
What happened to his EO?
Well, as you can see,
little inside stuff, folks.
Yeah, that
between the
that $60 freeze out, it really picks up steam. You know, it might start out with only 12 players, but man, we'll get 4 to 5 tables every.
Absolutely,
every
absolutely,
night.
and I know that the Wizard will give us another view of that pretty soon. The main room. We looked at it just about 15 minutes ago, and we had 3 strong tables going so far with that $60 freeze out.
All right, into this action. James going to bump it up to 40. Anastasia's going to be the only Huckleberry.
She's got yet another pocket pair. This is her 3rd one of the night so far.
In one orbit, Vic. She's had 3 of them.
Yes, exactly. While Eddie's been at the table.
35.
I think we got to see one more here, right? Yeah, why wouldn't we? We got overpair, we got gut shots.
I'll see one more call.
She's going to say just that. I'll see one more.
Let's see if that 8 comes, but
Oh,
no, she gets
wow.
the 10.
Wow.
Gut shot for James, but she does hit her set, and she's in really good position here on the button.
And I don't think we want to give any more free cards here, do we, Vic? We want to get some more money in the pot. As soon as she said bet, James threw it in.
Yeah, and she's got a show here if she wants to get rid of that yellow nit chip. She might have even preferred in this situation not to have to show.
Yeah. Yep. And you heard James say that was actually a bad card for me.
Yeah.
And he's not wrong. A lot of turns there, he could steal that from Anastasia. Unfortunately, she picked up a set, so.
What did you do for your birthday, or were you retired?
Adrian Martinez watching. Hey, Adrian.
Mike's joining us as well. How we doing, Mike?
And we want to. And there's that view we talked about, the
is.
camera view of our main room. There's 3 strong tables going on with our $60 freeze out Saturday night. That's a true freeze out.
True freeze out. The one buy-in at the window is all she wrote. No add-ons at the break. No rebuys.
Glad I remembered to show it.
We got a quick view of our VPIP for tonight.
You know, I can't think of the lady's name there that was in seat 8 or table 8, sitting across from Paul. Her and her boyfriend have been coming in. I think it's been 5 days in a row.
5 days in a row now,
which is great to see.
I think, did she or he do well in a tournament the other night?
She got paid the bubble.
She got paid, okay.
Yep, which still ended up being pretty decent. I think it was $100 for the shit show. So, Josh, you cannot pre-register for the free roll. Every other event is open to pre-register, but the free roll is we're going to do no
First come, first serve.
no pre-registration for that.
So Josh and Adrian, as we mentioned before, the doors are going to open up at 11:30. We predict that there's going to be a line around the corner at 11 a.m. So you are going to want to get here, but as we pointed out, the last time we did this, we had 250, 260 entries, and the person that took second place, Bongo, was alternate number 123.
One of the last to be seated and one of the last to get up from his seat.
And we can set 170 players at one time. And with our new system, fingers crossed, we'll be doing dual registration tomorrow, would be registering people at the cage and also at the podium towards the back of the room. We'll be moving all of the people with players cards already to the podium probably.
Yep.
Because if you have not been here in a while and you don't have a player's card, we need to get you one set up in the system. The Thinker puts a bet out and a call from Neil.
Wow, what a call there from Neil.
Yeah, big call.
Picked up on something, makes the call with just a pair of fives. Well played there for Mr. Cheesebro. Picking up a nice pot there, calling with just a pair of fives.
And Josh, your Uncle Mike here was in here last night. Was it last night or 2 nights ago that Moose was in here?
I think Moose was in here last night.
He was in here. He was blew his engine out on his truck a few weeks ago. That doesn't help you financially much. He had to go out and get a new one, get a a newer one. But he was still in here, lovable and jolly as always. Gotta love the Moose.
Yep.
Now Brett, under the gun, picks up pocket jacks. This is a 1-3 game. I haven't seen a straddle yet tonight.
It looks like he's got something out there. He clicked it, he raised it to 10, yep.
Everybody's whispering. I'm not sure what that's about.
Neil is busting up, I believe it's one of his buddies,
Oh.
about the cards in the box. I heard him say, shh. He
Okay.
said, don't do that, it wears out the cards.
Oh.
Telling you what I thought. He said,
4 calls.
All right, Anthony's going to come along. Joshua bumped it up to 35. Brett was the initial raiser, made it 10. Now he's facing 25 more. And he's going to click it back here, it looks like.
5 raising to 70.
He's going to go to 70 total bet. Back over to Joshua,
The
a.k.a.
Thinker.
the Thinker, and you can see why, folks.
Yep.
He has that fold if he's in a big blind and is getting ready to check his option. He has that same posture.
watching dad play poker.
He's going to come along. And that's going to entice Anthony to get in there as well.
I believe that made his decision easier.
Getting the right odds.
And wow,
He's
Anthony hits the ace and checks it.
Gonna, he's going to have best hand here. Pocket jacks at Brett kind of shriveled up pretty quickly there. Again, Joshua's.
And then some for the sixes for the Thinker.
At least you're not showing us friends on the dang, Brad.
Not the best runouts here for Jax. He did pick up a gut shot, though. 10 comes in, would give him a straight.
Nice bet there from Anthony, I think. 105 puts the pressure on Brett.
When I can.
Yeah, really hard to pick up on what Anthony might have. Again, he just kind of was sneaking along. He just called the 35 raise of Joshua, and then just called the raise of Brett's. So it's really hard to just put him on anything.
Doesn't take the Thinker long to think about folding that. He gets out of the way.
Nope, sixes go to the wayside pretty quickly there with a 9 low board or 8 low board.
And he did not have to show because he had earned a pot, won a pot earlier, and was able to get rid of his yellow nit chip.
Oh, Anthony, yeah, he's already.
So he just folded. He mucked after the fold, so he didn't have to show. And you can see Brett kind of thinking to himself, "Did I do the right thing with the pocket jacks?"
Yeah, the only thing I might have changed is maybe my sizing on the re-raise to Joshua's $35 raise. He only went 70. I might have went 105 maybe. Figure out really where you're at, because then you certainly do get rid of Anthony, I believe. I don't think Anthony's coming along for 105 with an ace deuce. I could be wrong.
10 full.
All right, James. Man, these pocket pairs tonight, Vic, they are making their rounds.
It is something, man.
All right, James, you're going to start it off making it 10 to go with the ace-king. Fearless Joe's going to bump it up with pocket jacks, going to make it 40 to go. Now over to Brett, who's got, you know, this is not a bad hand either.
No, it's not. Not a great position, but still.
It's always an interesting spot when you are the first to raise, and then you get a raiser, and then somebody calls that raise, and you're like, wait a minute. I have ace-king, and he wants to find out where he's at with that ace-king. James going to bump it up to 160.
Fearless Joe, I believe, is the close to the chip leader right now. He's got another 653 back. He might jam here.
He is, and you called it, Vic. He is going to put it all in. And that's going to get Brett out of the way pretty quickly. I think James has no choice but to call.
I did.
Appreciate those kind words, Jimmy. Can't wait to see you throughout all of next week, hopefully even tomorrow for the free roll. Always.
All in a call here. There's the ace. He needs a jack. Doesn't get it, so James is going to double up here. Fearless Joe's going to get a big dent put into his stack. It doesn't felt him at this point, but we'll see if he adds up to that. Adds to his stack.
Yeah, again, this is not the no nit on Thursdays. Players can top off their stack. And we'll see if Joe's going to decide to do that. That's a tough one there. Just a classic race situation. He's a slight favorite in that hand. And again, I always say it. There's always, when you're up against an ace, there's always 5 extras in the deck.
Yeah, Jimmy, it's going to be one heck of a week this summer series, and all hands on deck here with our staff, as well as we've got a new dealer who you will probably see at some point tonight. His name is Ryan, and he was in the box Thursday night here in the live stream. Did a really good job, so another new addition and great addition to our team. And as always, in these big events, we'll have some traveling dealers as well. So we'll be working hard and long all week, and I got to tell you, Jimmy, if you're here every day, I think it's going to help the time go by.
Absolutely.
We love seeing you come in the door. We're not trying to, snow you here.
He's always got something fun to say.
Always fun,
yeah.
fun, and that's what we love about this room. Great environment. We've worked hard together as a team.
Absolutely to
make
get
sure
it what
that,
it is.
Yeah, to have this, but it's players like Jimmy. Among many others that make it a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Hearing all the players when they come in of all the things that they're going to do for us next week. Anastasia mentioned she was going to make some cookies for us again. And I don't know if you saw the batch that she made
it was crazy.
the other time. I think
crazy.
It was like 96 dozen cookies she
I know,
made
and then Marge obviously is probably going to be bringing in some cupcakes and whatnot. But speaking of fun, the Fun Meister, Daniel Meyer is watching.
Oh, man, good to see him back in the chat.
You back from Europe, Daniel?
I know. I kept seeing pictures from Norway, all this fun stuff he was doing. Denmark.
Daniel, you going to play in the team event? I'm wondering who either approached you or you approached for as a teammate. And how about you, Shane?
Shane's that's going to be a tough team there. Shane, it's going to be Shane and Smoke.
Oh,
that's a tough duo.
That is. And we just heard that Sky is going to team up with Jake. That'll be a tough one.
Yeah, that'll be a little fire and ice. And here's event number 1, guys, for the summer series. Going to kick off tomorrow at 1 p.m. Doors open at 11:30. Absolutely free to start. Show up, get a player's card made, and we'll print you off a tournament seat. Rebuys are done at the table, $40 rebuys. There will be an add-on at the break, $40. Going to get you 40K in chips, Wizard?
Yeah, 40's going to get you 40, and pay attention to these And pay attention to these levels here, 20-minute levels, which means we're going to have 5 levels and then a break.
Yep.
And then 5 levels and a break. And at the end of that 11th, at the end of that break after the 10th level is then when we can have no more entries, no more rebuys. And there's a good chance. So if I do the math on that, that's around 5 p.m. I believe that's around close
Yeah,
to
it's
4
usually
hours.
about 4 hours with the breaks included, because
Yeah.
that second one's always a little bit longer, so we can do the color ups and players can get a bite to eat.
Yes,
always a favorite.
Multiple food trucks here tomorrow. I was in the midst of writing a text to a hot dog truck, get them here as well, and we'll try to have some others here. Now, just a reminder to here at the club, inside the walls here in the gaming area, there is no food, and that includes peanut M&Ms or
even snacks,
Snickers bars,
trail
or snacks,
mixes,
Frito-Lays. But we have a lot of room around the perimeter to eat food. We will have food trucks, but then if you want to bring in outside food, that's just fine. Also, just a quick reminder, particularly folks that are coming in maybe for the first time or haven't been in here a while, there is no vaping in the building. No smoking or vaping. Just a quick reminder of that. Seems like lately we've had to kind of stay on top of that.
Yeah, crack down on it a little bit. We're trying to keep the club as clean as we possibly can, and we do a great job with that. The players do as well. Nobody really throws a fit too much about having to eat on the outskirts of the gaming floor, so that's always been a nice battle to not have to pick with the players. They understand what we're trying to do here and what we represent, and it's just a better experience for everybody if there's not chocolate on my aces.
Yes, yeah.
Jimmy, gonna have a silent ringer, huh?
Oh boy.
Outstanding, buddy.
A bracelet winner.
Hope
and
you guys
Rhino's
go the
watching.
distance.
Hey, Rhino.
Rhino joining. Rhino, we do got a seat open if you have any interest in coming down to play tonight. I don't know how your Saturday night's looking.
This is the regular Joe Poker Show. This is a 1-3 no limit home
1-3
cash
game.
game.
How about that?
Oh, we are seeing just
All sorts of.
interesting cards here
Yeah.
tonight, whether it's in their hands or on the board.
Man, I just really love MGM Bob's style. He's 3 kings out on the flop, and he says, "I don't care, 75." Getting rid of that nit chip. And it does look like Fearless Joe's got quite a bit of following here.
Yep. Fan club from Fort Wayne.
Yep. Fearless Joe. He was the guy I really enjoyed watching playing last time he was on the street. Just real patient, really picked his spots.
Steve Kennedy's watching. Steve is busy, Jim, Wizard. Steve is busy writing us some music for our break times. Maybe I'll get an update from him soon on where he's at with that. But all right, Wizards figuring out the breaks here for the main event. But anyway, Steve, I hope you're doing well. Steve's going to be playing. I had Steve in the booth here a couple Tuesdays ago as my featured artist of the week, and Steve will be playing Wesley's tonight at 10:30. And it's nice enough now. He's going to be probably out in the patio, and he's writing you a song, Jim. He's working on it.
Tenley joining us on Facebook. Tenley, I don't know if you heard, but we are going to be running that ladies only night again on Saturday the 12th, I believe it was. In August. If you have want to jump on that list, get back on that ladies only stream on Saturday. Appreciate those kind words, Steve.
Wow, sixes. We just continue to see these pairs popping up pre-flop. And the thinker, after the 3-bet from Darren now, has to consider whether his king, queen of clubs is worth $120 to call, and he is reaching for calling chips here.
It looks like he's reaching for, yeah, those are calling chips. I thought maybe he had a little bit more in his hand, but. What? Say again?
Say again? Oh.
All right. Brett's going to get out of the way, so we are going to go heads up between the thinker and Darren, both sharing kings.
So playful.
I think he's going to flop a flush draw here. Darren with 2 overs.
One chip.
Call this a little feeler bet. Darren wants to find out where he's at.
And he's making it, you know, he's making it callable here with the considering the pot size for the thinker, who's got a club draw, and he is reaching for that $85 and makes the call. So we're going to go to the turn. Danielson at the helm. No help here now. Darren's ahead with that ace. 2 pair on the board. Darren, Motor City, and we have his apparel here in the house. We also have Mud Made, and we have a lot of our own. So this week we expect to see some hats and some shirts, and some hoodies sold, and now check. And Darren, oh, this could be costly here for the thinker. He does hit the king. But Darren's got the check mark because he's got ace-king versus king-queen.
You know, Darren could check this back as well, thinking that maybe Joshua's setting him up. He's got a lot of showdown value, as they call it, but he's going to try to get max value, as they call it.
Notice he's not going all in here because he is trying to get value in here and get a call. He doesn't want to scare him off. He does want some more money in that pot.
It's a pretty good patch for
He's,
right away. Boom, the action going now.
and this is putting the pressure on thinker, and certainly the thinker has a lot to think about here. Can't blame him for taking the hand off his face, folding his arms, and really trying to pour into his brain any knowledge he might have about Darren, or trying to rework the hand back in his head through the, you know, from the very beginning.
Really analyzing everything that went down on this hand, and you've got to remember Darren was the initial raiser. He did bump it up pre-flop, and has been pretty much firing every street.
And Darren has not been playing many hands. He actually entered this hand, I think, as the low VPIP. Whether that has, of course, Thinkers was low as well. But
Josh wants to see it.
Yeah. Yep, out-kicked here with the king.
Can't really fault him there. It was.
No.
You would think a clean run out. You know, he did flop that flush draw, just couldn't get there, and then ends up hitting top pair on the river. Kind of handcuffed him into the hand.
So I just got some solid information here. That's always solid from the Wizard, but some definite information here on the Sunday break. Talking about tomorrow. Talking about the we're talking about the free roll, and when can you absolutely get in here? Sunday break is at 4:30. That is a dinner break, so that is a 30-minute break, which means you have up until 5 o'clock to get up to the cage and get registered for the free roll. At that point, it's pretty much solid money that you're going to be an alternate, but we will get through all the alternates.
Yep, you will not be turned away if you show up before that 5 p.m. mark.
And
So
the blinds at that point will be 1,000, 2,000. You'll be getting the free roll stack of 20,000.
Correct.
And you'll also be able to do the add-on 40 for 40. So you're going to
still have 30 big blinds when
you're
you sit
still
down.
going to have
Yep.
30 big blinds.
A lot of play left. A lot of play.
Yeah.
Don't mean to cut you off here, but big hand alert. Neil's picked up pocket aces.
MGM Bob got out of the way here, and now it's going to go heads up between these two.
We are just seeing the big hands fly tonight.
Great flop there for Neil.
Yeah, you gotta love it. He's got 4 hearts with the ace of hearts. Brett's going to want to see another card,
Oh,
especially for 45. A friendly 45 is not too bad. Oh, and this is just going to give him more outs here.
Yeah.
Vic. Now he's got a pair with that open-ended straight draw. Going to go check, check. Free river.
No help there for Brett. And Brett may try to represent the straight here by putting a bet out. And it would have to be a pretty good bet. I mean, more than half the pot, I believe. But it looks like about 60. Oh, 65, and then a quick call here
Quick call,
from Neil
yep.
with the aces.
Like you said, I
Yep.
had to be a little bit more than that. Potentially even twice as much as that
Yeah.
for Neil to get rid of that. He has such a big hand.
It's the best 2-5 home game I've seen.
I mean, there's a lot there that he could have Brett could have represented in terms of the hearts and the straight. Even with the pre-flop call, I mean, he could have been sitting on a set, but he just didn't put enough out there on the river to tell the story. And the button's going to move over to Anastasia.
She's going to throw a straddle on it.
60 grand on the table. And I'm like, that's good. I was like, yeah, that's normal.
Yeah, Shimmy, how you doing? I'm glad you're watching. We do have an open seat right now, as far as we know. That don't think there's anybody on the way for this, and
Not heard anything yet, so one seat still available.
we are 9-handed, but we typically go 10-handed on this Saturday night 1-3 game. This is a $500 max buy-in, and we started here not quite an hour ago, and we'll be going till 10:15 on this live stream here at the Reserve Poker Room, 5105 Glendale Avenue, Toledo, Ohio. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. We really appreciate it.
Again, you still got a couple hours yet to get in that $60 freeze out as well out in the main room.
But I will say the river was bad there.
Everybody caught a little slice of this flop here except for Brett's pocket twos. Anastasia, she needs a little help as well. And MGM Bob's going to try to take control of this and fire out 40. Anastasia going to get out of the way. Fearless Joe going to go along with her.
And this is the regular Joe Poker Show, as we mentioned before. These players have, for the most part, have not spent a lot of time playing with each other, unlike the, say, the Tuesday night game or the Thursday night game. And that accounts for the quiet banter that we're seeing right now.
The whispers, and it'll perk up here in another hour or so,
Yep.
or even half hour. But there is the main room. 3 tables showing for the $60 freeze out.
They were all mad. They wanted to keep playing. You know,
We could take it down a
table
break.
shares like $4 grand.
We take it down a break.
People just stuff let us.
See, they're even talking polite with each other,
Yeah.
and
Just
we'll see if that loosens up. And certainly the play has been, like I mentioned, like almost like a heavyweight fight.
kind of dancing
each other out.
around, yep, seeing what your opponent has, what kind of stamina you're up against, kind of reach they got.
Yeah, Shimmy, what's up is the 1-3 regular Joe Poker Show with a seat open.
35.
Seat available.
$30.
Shimmy, if you're available. And look at this, another big pocket pair for Anastasia. She's got pocket jacks again, and she's going to bump it up to 35. Now over to Josh. He's got a suited ace,
Oh,
and he's going to pick this spot to get it all in, Vic.
It's a little, I don't know if that's quite characteristic of the thinker. However, he is
No,
in great
it's just-
position.
Just things have not been going his way. He
No.
had that little cooler there up against Darren, was notched on his kicker.
Oh, you can skip some months.
Like if you button straddled or whatever.
oh.
And there's a quick call from Anastasia. Not a quick, but
Yeah,
a
she
call by Anastasia. She's
Wasn't
got
thrilled
pocket
about it,
jacks.
but,
Yeah,
you know,
she's in a
she
very
knows
strong
the
lead
rules.
here.
She knows that she has to.
Yeah.
Right, Shimmy, an Angry Joe and a Fearless Joe. Fearless Joe is really calm, but man, is he fearless.
I just kept acting out of turn. That was my problem. I just kept acting out of turn. So I would
One
do
thing
my-
Daniel very great at is getting the presentation set for us.
We're here to put on a show, folks.
That's right, give you the best angles as possible. And there it is, you got the ace-5 of the thinker up against the pocket jacks.
5 in the window.
Anastasia.
Diamonds aren't going to help now.
No diamonds. Right in the wheelhouse of the thinker, but couldn't connect. Pocket Jack's gonna hold up there for Anastasia, and she is doing just fine. We talked about earlier, she was a little bit nervous, didn't recognize any names. She can hold her own.
We talked about event number 1 being tomorrow, starting at 1 o'clock. Here's event number 2 of our summer series. This is Monday night, $10,000 freeze-out prize pool guarantee. This starts at 5 o'clock. Please take note of that with the doors opening at 3:30. And look at that value.
Absolutely.
$100 buy-in.
Vic, I registered for this event today as soon as I walked in. This is the one day I get off to play, and I think this is very under the radar as far as value go. It's a $100 buy-in, $10,000 guaranteed prize pool, and it is that freeze-out format that a lot of players are coming to love. It's just that one-and-done buy-in, that initial 100, and then everybody starts with the same amount of chips, no add-ons. And there will be cash going as well on that Monday night. It's always a huge night for cash here at the Reserve on Monday nights. A lot of action. Play that free roll or play that freeze out. Hop on a cash table afterwards.
I have Monday night off as well. I may have to work on this, and Steve Kennedy, you may have to help me with Nancy, you know, butter her up or something like that.
Yeah, you were mentioning that Thursday that it's your one day off, and she might have your head if you go play on your one day off. 1 day
out of 10. So
right,
I don't know.
We've got some things brewing here on the 1-3. Bob's going to click it up to 35, and Brett's going to say, no, let's play for everything. He's all in for 208. Back over to MGM Bob, who's got the nemesis, as Dominic would call it, King Jack.
He's got enough in front of him to make the call, but he's going to lay it down. So a nice, nice strong bet there from Brett to take down some dead money. Ken is watching. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Can you get here in time to jump into the to that open seat? How about you, Rhino? And Steve Kennedy points out that Anastasia's got what he considers a nice-looking sweatshirt on because it's got the Steelers on it. So here's event number 3, Tuesday night, the 25th. This is just a unique event, very well conceived. I'm really looking forward to this. This is the one night we won't do the live stream because it is a dual event. There's 2 tournaments going on at the same time.
2 separate tournaments.
You and your teammate come in and buy in for $200 total, and then you alternate every level going back and forth. So it's a very creative, and you know, everybody now is the buzz. I thought would start earlier, but now as it's getting close to Tuesday, starting to find out who's trying to play with who.
You know, that's all I'm hearing now, Vic. I didn't hear anything for about the first week that we announced it, and now that's the only event I hear talked about.
Right.
Which is kind of cool. And again, it's a little bit different than a lot of places do. This is we're calling it a dual tournament. You know, not a tag team as a lot of places call it. There'll be 2 separate tournaments. If you bust out of the one, you and your player or your teammate can decide to re-enter that tournament. If not, you can just continue to alternate for that second tournament that the other teammate is still in.
Look at this board now. We could see some action here with
Holy
4
smokes.
players coming in. Wow. And the best of this is going to Brett with the queen and the ace kicker.
Yeah, but you know, Anthony's got that open-ended with a pair as well. James with a gut shot. There's just a whole mess of stuff going on here. Yeah.
It is a rainbow board. If there'd have been some diamonds out there, things would have even gotten a little hairier. But they're going to check over to James, who's got the queen 9 of diamonds. He does have mid-pair with the 9 kicker, whereas Brett's got mid-pair with the ace kicker. And so now we're going to go 3 ways. Oh, no. All 4 of them are still in. And the 3 of diamonds. A help to James. That's going to help his situation here because now he's got the diamond draw, whereas nobody else does.
Picked up some diamond draws.
He cannot get the jack of diamonds, because that's in Anthony's hand. And now back over to James, who bet out on the turn. Let's see if he continues.
Yeah, if I'm James here, I want to get a little more money into this pot just because I have such a strong hand. And James is going to do that. Fire out 125 over to Fearless Joe, who really only has that gut shot. Needing a jack to complete Broadway. Anthony's going to get out of there as well. Now over to Brett. Brett also has that gut shot with the pair of queens.
And by the look on his face, he's not convinced that he's in the lead right now, but he is in a strong lead. He's got to believe, you know, James made the right decision to bet on that turn, because betting on this, what could be perceived as a rag, 3 of diamonds, continues to tell a story as if he's got the king.
Yeah, and Brett's second pair of queens, just as you can see it in his face, he's just not super confident about it.
No.
It's kind of written all over him.
And there's every reason to believe that a guy like James would, you know, have Jack 9 in his.
Absolutely. There's no reason why Jack 9 is out of his range.
Right.
But he's going to rip it in.
Right.
He might have picked up on something. Yeah,
And a quick call here.
James has just got too many outs to fold.
They've each got a queen. Brett with the ace kicker, but lots of outs here for James on the diamond draw and the straight draw. However, the straight also helps Brett. Brett would get the bigger straight.
Here's we're only going to go one time if Daniel brought that pot in, which means we're only going to see one river.
And this is Brett's all-in moment here.
Huge spot for
Big
both
pot,
players,
yep.
really.
Oh,
the diamond comes
wow.
in. Wow.
And there it is. There's the diamond for James.
That's just kind of how Brett's been running, honestly.
Yeah. It's been a
He has a
tough
tough
go
go
for
here.
him.
Yeah, he has
Yeah.
a tough go here at the club.
Right from
Very
the-
solid player, but man, is he just getting some pretty tough spots. Takes some tough beats. Oh, Jesse, our Aussie fan, dropping a shout out all the way from Australia.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Appreciate that.
Yeah. We've seen Jesse here before from Australia watching us. And Jesse, look at that view. It looks like we've got a 4th table opening up
Getting
here.
ready to start, yeah.
This is the $60 freeze out on Saturday night. And it's really grown in popularity.
Yeah, it turned into
And there's Scott in the back there with the gray sweatshirt, gray hair, and he wound up winning last night's.
took down the free roll last night.
Took down the
Scott
free
did,
roll.
yeah.
Top prize was close to $500 for that free roll.
Looks like George is going to be at that new table as well.
Are you doing the knitter? We'll wait till he comes back if that's all right.
Yeah, once you
Yeah, I want to go out there and
You don't want to come back. Well, it's 3 of us.
now that the buzz is more about the team event coming up on Tuesday, there's a bunch of players out there. I'd be fascinated to know if they found somebody yet.
Yeah, there was a player asked me, and again, this is the first time the reserve has done something like this. And I had a player ask me, do they have to find their own partner? And I said, yeah, I believe you do, but that's definitely something we can work on in the future. Maybe just build a list of players without a partner.
Yeah.
And you know, the more the merrier. We'll find you a partner if you cannot.
check around.
That may be something we can already do via our social media.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
if you want to come to us and say, "Hey, I'm looking for a partner,"
We could make a post and
we could make a post.
Yep.
Let's say that we can do that, and we will do
We
that.
will,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm going to make you and I are going to make executive decision.
Yeah,
here.
we'll honor that. Any scragglers out there looking for a teammate and have interested in that dual team event, let us know, and Vic and I will try to find you a partner.
So right after a huge pot, big hand, we got kind of a sleeper here,
Yeah,
and a pot's raked here for.
it won't be the last we'll see of Brett, though. I promise you he's going to walk off, do a lap.
Yeah.
and
He'll be coming back.
He'll be coming back.
But James now having a really good night after hitting that, particularly after hitting that big pot with the diamond on the river, is now at 1.3 He's under the gun with 7-3 and lets that go quickly.
Again, max buy-in for this game is 500.
Anastasia has been playing pretty strong. I don't know, Steve, if that has to do with the Steelers on her sleeve.
It could.
Put your $2 bill under my alarm clock.
And
MJ and Bob's going to come along. Anthony's going to bump it up here with his ace-5. Neil's getting restless. He wants to play. And I know Bob's coming along as well. A lot of joiners on Facebook. Ken's popping in here. Mr. Ryan Walder's joining us as well.
Tim Yeager.
Yep. And Dave Huff also tuning in.
Brevin. Saw him bumped into him last night. Hope you did well, buddy.
All right. Quick action here. Neil's going to flop top pair of kings, fire out 15, and just scoop her down.
Paul at the helm now. And if you're just joining us, and there are a number of people just joining us, this is the Saturday night regular Joe Poker Show here at the Reserve Poker Club, 5105 Glendale Avenue, Toledo, Ohio. And this view is of our main room of our Saturday night $60 freeze out. And it's a true freeze out. And you can see they're starting the fourth table. And again, you called it. Folks kind of trickled in. We were maybe at 12, 16 players at 6:05, and now we got 4 tables. That's kind of how the summer goes.
Yep, the sun's up a little bit longer. Players are tidying up things around the house until the last little bit. Again, we did not so recently, but semi-recently changed our start times from 7 to 6.
What are you telling me, Tim Yeager? Is that you and Ryan are going to be in the team event? That's a news flash. That's something we want to let our
just
our
in?
viewership know.
Just in. That would be interesting.
So now we're heads up here, and Darren with the dirty diaper really is up against it.
He does get a pair of 3s.
See if that sucks him into this hand a little bit. He is on the button.
Neil just went check, 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 check.
Yeah. And yeah, that I can't stop saying enough about that team event because it just really intrigues me. I'm looking. I would certainly, if I had the night out, I would have played it. But I'm really looking forward to dealing it. I think it's going to be unique, and I'm interested to watch how this team interaction takes place. You know, as they move back and forth in each other's seats every level.
Yeah. What do you think the play is when looking for a partner, Vic? Do you think you find somebody with, like a hot and cold, maybe has a different play style to your type, or what do you think? Is the edge on that? Do you find a player with a similar play style as you to be your partner, or?
I think so. Yeah. I think so, and I really would be humbled if I could play it and Steve Lang would play it with me. I have a lot of respect for his overall play, cash, but I like his style of play. Another one would be, I think a lot of people know Rodney, who come in here.
Yes.
I've known Rodney for over 20 years, and I like the way he plays.
I really like his play. He's very under the radar when he.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of times you don't even realize he's at the table.
I know.
He's very good about being under the radar.
Yeah.
I really like Rodney's play.
And that's not to say that there's anybody that I could think of that I'd say, oh, no, I don't want to play with that person. Really, I mean, you're a strong player. You're a strong player. And you may have just different style or a different approach to it. But, for instance, we just mentioned that Sky is going to be partnering with Jake. And there are 2 different styles right there.
2 different styles.
Very different.
Got Lumpy joining us on YouTube. Thank you, Lumpy, on sending us best wishes for our summer series. We hope you can make it in for an event or 2.
And we are back to the yellow knit chip.
You can see
and
there.
The last person standing with the yellow chip in front of them is going to give each player $5. So $40 from your stack is at risk. When you win a hand, you're going to have to show the cards, and then you can get rid of the yellow chip. if you don't show it, then you don't get rid of it. Don't show the winning hand. And that creeps up every once in a while. We're just talking about George, and that happened to George on Thursday night. Provided a lot of entertainment to the rest of the players at the table. But they're continuing that knit chip here tonight. It's become kind of popular, and it changes things up a little bit, particularly when you get down to just 2 or 3 players, and you think all of a sudden there's a limp pot. You really don't care what 2 cards you look at.
Yep, there's a little bit of sense of pride that kicks in.
You're gonna jam just to get rid of lose that easy money and try to take a pot down, because if you take the pot down and show the hand, then you get to get rid of that chip.
All right, what do we got started here? Anthony's going to bump it up here to 20. Neil's going to call that 20, and then James is going to 3-bet, make it 75. And he's going to scoop this down and show and get rid of his yellow chip. Just like that. That is how it's done. Throwing in a 3-bet, get rid of that yellow chip, scoop the pot. Yeah, 4 full tables out there for that $60 freeze out this evening.
And Wizard, I don't know if you can do focus that far away. Zoom in on. We've got the trophies sitting on the podium. I did post a picture of the trophies for this summer series coming up on the Toledo page. But we've got a trophy for each event. Of course, the biggest trophy is for the main event, which culminates a week from tomorrow for the $20,000 first prize guarantee. But I got a message from Mike Gendron, who comes into the booth here once in a while, says go ahead and etch Michael Gendron and Anthony Sean Larson on the team event trophy. Thanks, Vic.
See, there it is. A lot of that team event is going to be. The thing I'm excited for is to see the atmosphere, Vic. It seems like it's just going to be, we're here to have fun type of tournament.
Absolutely.
Yes, there's going to be some serious money at stake, but for the most part, it's going to be about just coming and hanging out and having a good time. Back to the 1-3, though. Anastasia, she's going to backdoor into a very sneaky flush here up against a action player in Brett. And Brett's going to fire out 25. Anastasia's got to come in for a raise here, as that backdoor flush is just so well disguised. And she's just going to click back the min raise, and it's going to get through. Anastasia going to get rid of her knit chip. Again, guys, if you are joining us on YouTube, please hit that thumbs up and that subscribe button. Absolutely free to do. Helps us grow our channel, grow the club. We're only as strong as the members that we get and the new members that join us.
Boy, we just continue to creep closer here to 2,000 subscribers. We really need your help. Appreciate it. If you're on there, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button.
Marge is joining us on Facebook. She's got the feed pulled up as she's out there playing the 60K freeze out. And Jim N is also giving us a watch as well. Jim, hope all is well. Hope to see you out.
The King?
For not the King.
Oh, okay.
Yep, that Jim.
That Jim.
I know he likes to sneak in for a main event buy-in every once in a while. He'll come down to the club, fire away. Hope he can get some time to do that next week. We're going to go heads up here. Fearless Joe with a Jack-9 suited. And Anthony with Big Slick, as they call it. He's going to flop top pair. Fearless Joe, his hand is not terrible.
Raise 115.
Brett, do you have a teammate for that, Mr. Milton? You bringing in a partner for that tag team event? If so, is it a little yin and yang situation? Is it the same play style as you? Again, folks, we do still got one seat available here if any interest. and playing on the 1-3 regular Joe Poker Show. And if you don't have interest in playing the cash game, come on down for the $60 freeze out, because look at this view right here. Not very many open seats there.
Are there, is there
He's so fun to play
any
with.
other
He is so
phone
much
that's-
Motor City Darren, Motor City, we've got a bunch of his apparel here. We also have Mud Made now on racks,
Two
as well as
very
our
nice,
own.
yeah, very nice clothing options for all the players. All right, so we did have a straddle this hand. Neil's going to come along. James is going to say $10 isn't enough. Let's go to 40. Anastasia is going to get out of the way. The Thinker and Fearless Joe and MGM Bob and Anthony get out of the way.
Fearless Joe folding the moose.
It's illegal in a couple of rooms, I know that.
Brent's saying it's going to be you and Kevin. Is that what you're saying? If it's Kevin Wall, I mean, that's a good
That's a good partner there.
another good partner to choose. Oh,
Oh, there we
lumpy.
go.
All right.
Nice. Nice.
And there's the straight now for Brett.
Yeah, Brett's going to... It does give James 2 pair as well, though, so we could see some fireworks here.
35.
Now, the Thinker is not in this hand. His 10-7 is gone. He did fold pre-flop. There it goes. Graphics catching up with us.
Brett is just going to make the call of 35.
Just calls, yeah, with no diamond in his hand, and there's 3 diamonds out there. It's
There's a
pretty
rag.
Yeah, pretty safe river there. Deuce of clubs. That's such an inviting bet from Brett there. I think Neil or James is going to have no choice but to call this. Too inviting. He's got 2 pair. And again, it's such a...
Or raise it. I mean,
He could. He definitely could click it back. Oh, Neil was in the hand as well.
Neil was in the hand. Okay.
Yeah, he's going to get out of the way. Not sure what Neil had, but yeah, there's going to be the call from James. 2 pair, not going to be good. Nice hand there for Brett, who is on the road to recovery. And we saw him get felted there earlier. Tough beat.
Yeah, good way to put that. On the road to recovery.
Yep. And he definitely is the type of player where he can get that initial buy-in back. No problem.
This is our 1-3 no limit hold'em cash game here on Saturday night. This is the regular Joe Poker Show. We do have a seat open. We're currently 9-handed. We are also currently doing the no nit chip. Last person standing with the yellow chip in front of them has to take $40 out of their stack. Give each of the players $5.
Anastasia, where you at? You've got one of my favorite hands, the ace-10 suited.
Run, Forrest, run.
She's there, yeah. She's back at the chair.
Oh, go ahead.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I know she watches these, and I know she watches them over again. She's not going to be happy with that decision.
Yeah, all you had to do was come take a peek at it. You would have sat down.
Yep.
Now you got all these maniacs throwing in chips behind you.
And let's just do a clarification on this here for people coming in to play our tournaments. That is a hard and fast rule in tournament play. You need to be basically touching the back of your chair.
Yeah,
and
now arm-
about to sit down.
Yep, arm's length away before that last player gets that card.
Before the last player gets the last card. Yep.
And there is no, yelling from the bathroom.
Yeah.
I'm coming.
way.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got to be at that chair. Cash game is a little more lenient, a little more lax because, again, those players have already paid their time. It's a prepaid time, so they're entitled to every hand that they can get, barring we don't slow down the action completely.
Yeah, he already got rid of
So we got 4 people left with that yellow chip, and here's the chip count now. James continues to be in the lead with Anastasia not too far behind. Darren, who's been quiet but solid. I mean,
He's
he really
tough,
hasn't
yep.
been very active, but
He
he's
is
been
tough.
playing really solid here tonight.
Time to go.
Brian, the doors will open at 11:30 tomorrow for that free roll. I encourage everyone to get here as early as possible. There's plenty of eateries around to grab a quick bite to eat if you are early. Come in, register, and go grab that bite to eat.
35.
Lock up your seat.
Start time is 1 o'clock. And the last time we did this, we had well over 200
Yep.
players, 240, 60, something like that.
If anybody's been a part of one of the 10K free rolls that the reserve puts on, you know it's a madhouse and it's a lot of fun. That's probably one of my favorite. Even though it's event number 1 and it is a free roll, it's the atmosphere that I really like. Everybody's just having a good time. It's a fun tournament.
Three-handed going to this flop, and every one of these three guys has got the yellow nit chip in front of him, and now MGM Bob.
He looks like he wants to get rid of that nit chip here. He's going to fire out 150.
150 with a flush draw.
Yeah, flush draw, and he does have that little bit gutter there. 9 gives him a straight
And
as
Neil,
well. But
top pair, top kicker, is not buying it. He's coming in, or he's not falling for it, I should say. He's convinced that he's still in the lead, and he hits his
wow,
jack.
he's going to improve quite a bit.
And a check.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Just like that, this game.
Oh, and an all-in from...
Yeah, quick check from Neil. He wants a count.
Yeah. Wow, Neil, checking that turn is going to cost him here.
Yeah, I don't know what size of bet he could have thrown out there to get Bob away. Bob's pretty fearless as well. And again, he just had such a monster hand.
So yeah, Brian, you can, as Brian mentioned, you can register and leave. Doors will open up at, the door will open up at 11:30. We expect people to be lined up around the corner at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
A tough break there for Neil.
That is tough. Man.
And you got to wonder, again, we talked about this Thursday a little bit, Vic. It's hard to remember how you built stacks, but Neil will certainly remember this hand throughout maybe the rest of the weekend. Did he make a misstep there? Should he have fired on the turn? What sizing would have been big enough? I don't know. Bob's hand was just too strong. He had that flush draw, had the gut shot.
Well, not only is Bob's hand too strong, but he's somewhat committed by making that bet on the flop financially. And Bob can be very sticky. I don't know if Neil knows that about him. But Bob can, it's quite possible that even if there was an all-in on that second jack, Bob might not have gone away very quickly at all.
Right, and one thing that we talk about when we talk about being committed, what that means is Bob set himself up where he essentially bet so much on the flop that he's committing himself to the hand. The rest of the way, he's willing to put the rest of his chips in. He made a bet that was essentially more than what he had behind, or about half of what he had behind, which usually was a sign that a player is not willing to fold. They're going to be willing to play for all of their chips.
So Fearless Joe going to flop an ace here, but Anthony's got a 9 with a king kicker.
Yeah, he wants to see another card. Neil's going to take a hand off.
Check.
Anthony now hits another 9. Holy cow.
Wow.
And a quick call here from Fearless Joe.
All right, 4 changes, nothing. Fearless Joe's going to check it over to Anthony. Anthony's grabbing more chips, so this guy likes his value. He's going to bet 175. Now you see Joe. Did this guy really call me with a 9 on the flop?
He's going to make the call.
He does call. He's not going to like it, though.
No. almost every hand there's a winner and a loser, and sometimes it's pretty tough to see the news. Those cards come up.
Yeah, especially when playing for money here. I mean, that pot was not shy of any of it. Anthony's going to scoop up a nice one there.
So I want to talk real quick about 2 hands ago with MGM Bob, and you talked about being committed. In my mind, that is one of the subtle differences between playing cash and tournament. If you're in a tournament, particularly one without rebuys, you've got a situation where the decision process often comes to getting away from it.
Right.
If you feel that you're beat. In a cash game, the decision's a little different, because if you've already got more bullets in your pocket ready to fire, if you've already committed to how much you're going to play for that night, right? Then being committed to the pot with the current stack that you have, sometimes it's you're just not going to get away from it, right? Yep. And in my mind, that's kind of a subtle difference that you see between a cash player and a tournament player.
Yep, especially like you said about like our tournament tonight. It's a $60 freeze out. There is no adding on chips, so you kind of have, I don't want to say you value them more, but there is no way to get more unless you win them. As to where a cash game, like you said, you might have that bullet in your pocket that you can add on. So committing yourself might not be all that bad.
Darren now hitting 2 pair. And an open-ended for James.
Anthony's got a gut shot as well. And Neil. Neil just going to take a stand here with his pair of 3s.
And he's not going to be getting good news here.
No, this is not going to be the right spot for him, unfortunately.
He's got 2 hearts, but this is a rainbow board, and there isn't even a heart there they can get runner with.
No, he needs running 3s or running 5s. Yeah, Darren's going to quickly make the call. He's got 2 pair, top 2.
And I believe Darren's got him covered, so this is Neil's all-in moment here. They're discussing 1 time or 2 times.
And there's the 5-3. Yeah, tough spot there for Neil. He was trying to get away, trying to get sticky and maybe pick one up there, and unfortunately his adversary had 2 pair. Darren, top 2, 9s and 7s, going to be good enough to take it down.
And so that quickly, the chip leaders' names change position up here. Darren is now the chip leader, followed by James. Anastasia playing a very solid game as long as she can get back to her seat in time.
Yes, as long as she's at that seat. She's playing great cards, and she's getting good cards as well.
Yeah.
We just talked about Darren's play as well, how solid he can be. And it's going to be tough to pry those chips back from Darren. This guy does not get out of line too often.
No.
He plays a very solid game.
You're making a great point there. Absolutely.
Very solid game. So it's going to be tough to get chips from, as opposed from a player like Bob. He's willing to dance with you all night long. It don't matter, up, down.
Yeah.
He likes to play this game, and here he is. He's going to open it with 9-10 off to 15.
Brett now more than likely raising it up, and he does with the ace-king offsuit. Darren, this is I don't know. Let's see if it's in his range at this price range, 45.
It looks good, though. You just got that initial raise from Bob, and then Brett's going to click it to 45.
And you look at the position he's in the cutoff.
Yeah, you're still stacking chips from last pot. Why not? Throw them out there. Yeah.
Can I get 200 in green, please?
And now Neil did do the full rebuy up to 500, so he's going to do a full top off there. Fold it over to Anastasia. She's going to get it all the way. Now Bob, who started this mess. See if he wants to come along for 30 more.
I'd be surprised if he folds this. I'm wondering if he's thinking about bumping this up. He looks like he's considering a 4-bet.
Certainly taking way more time than I would have thought for a call, but there it is. It is just going to be a call.
3 ways going into this flop.
I think you're right, Vic. I think Bob wanted to get sticky there. And what a flop he could have got sticky with. He's going to flop open-ended here.
Open-ended, and nobody else hits really anything here.
Yeah, he can get away with this. He tries to steal it here. Josh, you'll need to refresh your stream. Everything is good on our end. So maybe close out your YouTube app, refresh it. I sometimes have to do that when I'm watching on my tablet. Just a quick refresh will buffer it up a little bit. Alright, so turn brought in an ace, which is going to give Brett top pair, aces and eights, king kicker. Bob still has that open-ended straight draw. He's facing a $15 bet, $50 bet.
Yeah. And I think this is callable for a guy like Bob.
I think so.
Open-ended.
You know you're up against an opponent that's already stuck.
There are 2 spades and 2 eights out there.
He's going to get rid of it.
Yeah, he's going to get rid of it. He's not going to chase.
Yep, he's going to wait for a better spot. Again, he is out of position as well. And just in, a late addition, event number 6, I believe it is. Summer Series Senior Tournament, open to the public, 50 years or older, starting at 5 p.m. Again, doors for that are going to be open all day. That'll be day 2 of the main event. And then as things kind of come to a close, we'll be throwing in this seniors event. Had a great turnout during the Scotty win. We had over 100 players. Again, look at that $125 buy-in, 40K starting stack. Plenty of play here for the seniors. And the Wizards even throwing a guarantee on it as well, Vic. 5K
yes, he is.
Guarantee.
Yeah.
So that's always a fun event as well because those guys just like to play.
Yeah, and I am one of those. So I got to have a kind of a heart-to-heart here with Marissa and Jim.
Let's see what we can do, Vic.
What can I do Sunday night?
We'll get you
and
in
I
that
was
one.
My wife and I went on a bike ride today and went to
really,
Adams Street.
You're really doing the things, aren't you, Vic?
We are. We sat down and you know, talking about all the getting updated with each other. We don't get to see each other much during the week. And I said, oh, by the way, not only am I going to be working a lot of hours the next week coming up, which he knows, but I said, Jim just added a seniors tournament. Just out of the blue, seniors tournament.
Would like to be a part of that if I could.
So that's why I chuckled when he put that up there. 3-handed now going into this flop.
Yep.
And the action is starting to get a little more intense here.
It looks like Neil's going to try to do it the dirty way, get that initial buy-in back. He's going to come along here with a queen-deuce offsuit. Fearless Joe. He's got the nemesis, king-jack. He does flop top pair. He's going to fire out, looks like 50. A quick call there from Anthony with 7s. Man, I appreciate when the players act fast, act quickly. No gimmicks here. These guys are here to play cards.
Yeah. Yep, and we got young Patrick now at the helm.
Great looking haircut on this guy. And really coming into a dealer form here.
He is. He's growing stronger and stronger every day.
And what I like about him too is he's receptive to feedback. He's never gets out of line when you're telling him, giving him a pointer. He wants to be better. He wants to be good.
He does.
So you can always appreciate that a little bit when he has a passion for it. He enjoys what he's doing. He's understands the opportunity that the reserve has given him, and he's really taken form in this new spot.
So Neil now is the last person standing with the yellow knit chip, and he puts $40 out there so that each player can receive $5.
Insult to injury here. Neil just reloaded as well.
I know. Neil,
a little bit of advice. Maybe we dip out of the game before we have to pay the 40 and then try to sneak our way back in. Save yourself $40. However, Neil's a great guy. He has no problem forking over that 40. And again, he'll get that initial buy-in back too. Don't doubt this guy's skill set.
Do we want to start it now since
Let's play a little bit with that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so they're going to turn off the knit game, keep the yellow chips with the dealer until the next dealer comes in. They're going to give it a break.
Yeah, the no knit chip certainly has its time and place. The Tuesday night guys seem to like it a lot, and of course, when we were leading up to the Salute to Service, I forget who suggested. It might have been Buddha. I don't know.
It was either Buddha or OG John was.
Said, hey, instead of paying each other, why don't we put this money into the salute to service? That was a great idea. And now the only charity case we got here is either Eddie or Paul, and so they're not going to do it for that. But
right. And that's just another testament to how strong our members are and how selfless they are. They really think about everybody else that's involved here, whether it's what we're doing, Toys for Tots, or Tabs, raising that money. Everybody wants to be a part of it and help us out.
And that's another thing we like to put into our viewers and our customers' mindset is here the number of ways over the last not quite 2.5 years that we've reached out to the community, whether it's Down for the Ride, Toys for Tots, we did the Salute to Service. That is something we want to continue to do. That we've had some people come and talk to us about, Salute to the Blue, or you could classify that as police and firemen.
Yeah.
That is on the table. We only did these Toys for Tots in a 5-week period, and we were the second largest in this area for the year.
And second only to ABC News, wasn't it?
Second,
ABC
yeah.
13, and that is a feat there. You're right, Vic. I don't mean to cut you off, but
no,
we were. I don't want to say dropped the ball, but we were late on that train, and but we turned it around. We really great showing from the reserve, huge donations, and I can't wait to see that Christmas tree back there on our live stream. It's full of gifts around it. It was Marissa and folks did a great job decorating all that, and it was just kind of cool to see it grow week after week after week, to see more and more presents under that tree.
And we got a pot of brewing here now, four-handed.
There's some real cards they got. Everybody catching a little slice of it.
Yeah.
Look at this. Darren with a nut flush draw. Got Neil with a pair of aces. Brett with a pair of queens and a gut shot. And Anthony's got a pair of aces with a gut shot as well.
Oh, this was good.
Yeah, we could see all 4 players seeing a turn card here. You can feel it. It just got serious in there, Vic.
Yes, it did. And this isn't Brett thinking about calling. This is Brett thinking about making a... Oh! I thought he was going to make a move here.
Yeah, that's right in his range as well. But
interesting.
Again, he is battling back from that second buy-in, so might want to wait for a better spot. He does have 2 players behind him. This is where Darren could click it up a little bit. He's grabbing clicking chips, Vic.
Yeah, this looks like 225, maybe 300, somewhere in that range. I know that's a broad range, but is it 450?
450.
Ooh, nice move here by Darren.
Yeah, he's ready to get this over with now.
Neil with the ace has been very much, like I said, wounded, and he gets out of there quickly. I think the AI word is about to come.
Anthony doing a quick inventory there, seeing what he has left if he does make the call, and if he wants to get it all in instead of just make a call.
He, of course, doesn't know that this is a coin toss at this point.
Yeah, very close. He's going to wait for a better spot. Very tough laydown. Good fold there from Anthony. Darren going to show.
And maybe this is the other reason they decided to not to do the knit chip this round.
Save some information.
Save some information.
Yeah, I can't show you all the time.
Right.
Straight draw with it?
Continue to have some viewers join us, and this is our main room view. This is a $60 freeze-out tournament tonight that has quickly grown to 4 tables. I believe there's probably still time if you want to join this. Come on by and jump into this tournament. It's a true freeze out.
Absolutely great value here at the club. $60 buy-in. You got about just over an hour to get into it, up until right about 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Wizard. Appreciate that. Helps us trying to do the math. And here in the feature table, our live stream room, is our Saturday night regular Joe Poker Show 1-3 no limit hold'em cash game. James now having a pretty strong night and waking up with sevens. Anastasia's been quiet but strong.
Quiet but strong, and she's going to see a flop here with her king 10 of clubs. All over to Joshua. Pretty animated during the start of the stream, but has since then cooled down. Taking some hands off, but he's going to come along here with the ace deuce. Bob's going to get out of the way, and now Anthony's got the ace king, and look at this newcomer here. Look at this guy. Bill B joining us on the live stream.
There's Bill. Talk about a regular Joe. Regular Bill sitting down.
All right, so Anthony did decide to click it up, made it 80 to go, back over to James with his pocket sevens.
And let's see if this impacts Anastasia's decision, because if James folds, maybe she thinks it's not enough. Although he calls, maybe she's worried about his hand, but I got to believe that influences her in a positive way to make this call.
I think so too. She's getting a little bit more better odds.
And then even so with the thinker.
Yep,
you know,
he's got that suited ace. Why not? I'm getting 3-1, 4-1.
He may not make a heads-up call here with ace deuce of hearts, but 4 ways going into the flop. Why not?
Why not? All right, Anastasia going to flop top pair there.
And she is in the lead with this.
And Anthony's going to keep his story going. Unfortunately for him, it's going to be a fictitious story. Going to fire out 175 with Anastasia.
Anastasia lets it go. Huh. It's a very strong bet there. 175 bucks from Anthony.
And it's gonna be enough.
Yeah.
What a bet there from Anthony to kind of...
He's out of position, and he makes a pre-flop raise, and then he continues to tell the story, and that aggression here pays off for him. He takes down a really nice pot. And he doesn't have to show.
Does not have to show. Nit chip game is not in effect.
Pretty good, man. How you doing? Pretty good.
That was our
You can see there, Darren's got that 1.4K stack. James over 1,000 still. And now Anthony's creeping up on that 1,000 mark.
And let's see if we can get the banter going here now that Bill is on the table.
I suspect there'll be some jawing, some chatter.
There'll definitely be some chatter with Bill if as soon as Daniel comes back into deal.
Yeah, Bill never a loss for words. As you can see, he's got a move too there. He likes the original chairs that we got, so he had to do a swap out for chairs. Making himself at home.
Here's Joe now with the ace deuce suited.
You gotta respect a guy like that.
Yeah.
Him, Enright, those two, they just give it to you straightforward. And
Right.
I always appreciate those two for doing that.
Oh, I do too. Another couple contributors to making this place a lot of fun to play at and work at.
Gonna go 4 ways to a flop. A lot of hearts. And Brett has that one that you want, the ace of hearts.
They're going to check it around. We're going to see a turn here.
Quick check around.
The turn is a black card. Looks like a 7 of spades.
Yep, 7 of spades. Everybody just with a lot of gut shots. Brett with that heart draw. I'm going to pick up the wheel for Neil, though. Sneaky.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, though, Brett really just doesn't have much to make a call. Just that pair of 3s.
Right.
And again, Brett's in build back mode where he's trying to work back on that first buy-in that he unfortunately lost up against. Yeah, it would be. I don't know if links work in the chat, Jesse, but I will try. To see if I can get you a link to our website.
And we're on the eve of our summer series. Starting tomorrow is our free roll, $10,000 prize pool guarantee. We are not new to this. We've done this before, and we can tell you from experience that we're going to have a lot of people show up for this. The doors open up at 11:30. The game starts at 1. You come in here and register if you want to come in here early as you can. But trust me, there'll be a lineup around the corner here at about 11 o'clock. But yeah, come on in and register for that. And if you want to step back out after you register, you can do that. Go get a bite to eat. Run over to Starbucks. Run around the corner. There's plenty of restaurants here on Reynolds at Glendale and Reynolds, 5105 here in Toledo, Ohio.
What's he doing?
Anastasia is going to raise to 15 with Queen Jack.
That's about the best I can do for you, Jesse. If you do have Facebook, a lot of our information is more up to date on Facebook. Follow us on that. It's just the Reserve Poker Club on Facebook.
And look at this, all spades.
And wow.
Yeah.
All players holding a spade. Nice flop there for Brett. Open-ended with that spade draw.
Anastasia's got top pair with the spade draw.
Well, we've seen her fold top pair here before, so we'll see how she wants to play it.
And she's going to come out and be the leader here. Bet it. 45.
She's going to say, I'm done folding top pair to you boys.
I hope she is.
He plays a lot and watches.
And now Brett again.
Yeah, open-ended. He's going to try to keep it small. He just calls. How is there any more left in the deck, Vic?
I don't know.
But it's there.
It was the...
Anastasia going to earn that check mark. Both players do have a flush. Anastasia has Brett pipped, as they call it. With the jack of spades. Brett just with the 10 of spades. We're going to go to showdown. Anastasia going to pick up a little pot here. She really likes to play passively, doesn't she? Really likes to take it nice and easy.
Yeah.
If she had the choice, she would prefer to avoid big pots. Tough decisions. She's all right scooping $75 here, 85 there. She has no problems about it. Hell of a baker as well. Those cookies were phenomenal.
Well, there's a saying, slow and steady wins the race.
And she's holding her own here.
She's not looking to get too splashy.
No, and she's been fighting to get back in. She's had busy last couple of weeks, so it's good to see her be able to get in and hold her own here at the live stream table, the 1-3 regular Joe show.
We've this is a $500 max buy-in, and we've had 3 players re-up in their stacks, the Thinker and Neil and Brett.
And now we're full capacity with Bill joining us.
False 10. 25 is new bet.
All right, so Josh is going to raise it to 25. That's going to entice MGM Bob to call. Brett's coming along with ace-6 suited. Darren, who straddled. Darren was in the big blind. He's going to throw it away. Neil was the straddler, and he's got to protect it. You can't leave your kids in the street like that, Neil. And that's going to entice Anastasia to call, so we're going to go 5-way to this flop. MGM Bob going to flop top pair. And that's about it.
Yeah, nobody's got the club draw. the 7 deuce is spread out far enough that nobody can really try to patch anything together with that. So bet out there by MGM Bob and a quick fold by the rest of the field.
Anybody gonna be here tomorrow?
Tell me you're bringing cookies. Tell me you're bringing cookies.
Patrick, right? So we deal out there.
She may be trying to do a head count here.
She could be doing a head
She
count.
could do, but there we are, $60 freeze out
Still 4
tonight,
tables.
Saturday night. There's Shay,
Yeah, the screen, but
there's Paul, there's Enright,
Lay up and on backwards.
there's attorney Mark Davis there in the blue shirt,
the normal way. It's hard to remember.
right at that table. That's what is that? Table 8,
That is table 8.
right in front of us. Off in the distance, we see many of our regulars.
And folks, still got about an hour left to get into that $60 freeze out. Come on down to the club. Hell of an event to get into. Nice $60. Get your feet wet. Starting to see Anastasia in a little bit more pot. She's calling here with the 10-7. MGM Bob's getting in there. Now Brett's going to click it up. We're up to 40 now. Darren and Neil's getting out of the way. James is going to do the same. Back over to Anastasia. I like it, girl. I like it. Let's play some pots. And also, peanut butter cookies, please. Man, those were good, Vic. I don't know, and I
That might be my favorite cookies, the peanut butter cookies.
she brought them in. They were still warm. You know, not sleep on Marge's either. Marge with the cupcakes and those brownies. This is one of Brett's facets of his game that he just does not like to let players see free cards. He's gonna fire out here with Ace Jack high. Simply has a gut shot and an overcard. MGM Bob is grabbing some business chips. And business it is. I'm gonna make it 125 from Bob. 130 is the bet from Bob. Yeah, Brett's going to get out of the way. Bob's going to pick up a nice little pot here.
I don't need it anymore because I think everybody else is gonna get some on them.
I don't care either. Sure, I can do it.
I tell you.
I'm usually the
As I mentioned, on the eve of the summer series tomorrow with the
I'm
free
just
roll,
throwing it out there.
but the big event really starts on Thursday. We've got some great matches, some great tournaments prior to that, but
Like to make a full break.
summer series main event, $100,000 prize pool guarantee, $20,000 guarantee for first place.
No, the break. Oh, I believe so. Yeah, probably. It'll be 8:30.
If you haven't seen the lineup,
Is that mandatory?
go to our Facebook page, go to the reservepokerclub.com, and you will find it
Is that
there.
mandatory?
We'll be kicking off the series starting tomorrow, 1
Tomorrow.
p.m.
Tomorrow won't be the only one that's real popular, and so we encourage you to get here early each of these days.
I'm good with either.
They're still figuring it out.
And now just a little catch up here with the graphics.
That is good.
Pause in the action.
For like 20 minutes. Is that the call set?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have to take one.
What time are we playing till?
10.
Just till 10? Yeah, I thought it was 11. I thought they extended it too. It's only on Tuesday. Yeah.
So no break?
No break. No break.
No break.
Looks like we're going to go all the way through tonight. No break. Players will try to filter out so they're all not away from the table. That way we can bring you guys non-stop action throughout the duration of the regular Joe show.
Salute.
Salute's a little further.
All right, so we got a $10 bet.
Well, I mean,
Calls until it gets to James. James is going to click it to 80 with the ace-king suited. Anthony makes the call.
No, I just didn't know if you just wanted.
Bill's going to get out of the way.
Heads up action now, both with diamonds. Ace King versus 8-6.
that would be a question for.
And no diamonds here.
He works here every day. So
This would be, if James continues to put the pressure on,
It's always consistent.
probably be a pretty a quick fold here from Anthony. James at one point was up over 1,000, close to that now, and puts a bet out of
65 in there. You call it to be a quick fold. Wasting no time.
Spot around the corner. Wing Depot's pretty good.
talking about the different food opportunities here in the neighborhood.
That's right.
Of course, we're right behind Marco's Pizza. Around the corner is Salute,
Got Olive Garden right across the street.
Olive Garden.
Our favorite, Vic Monet's, is right down the road as well.
Yep, that's right.
Well, we can wait till 11. The live stream ends at 10.
That's right, folks. The game does not stop at 10 p.m. Just
And
the
we'll go out
feed.
there. They don't want to use these cards. Oh, they will?
This is a 15-minute delay in our broadcast here from the time. What you're seeing right now happened 15 minutes ago. So as they talk about the live stream being over at 10 o'clock, what that means for us is the live stream being over closer to 10:15.
That's right. And Vic and I are seeing it live with you guys, so our comments and reactions are true and genuine.
Unadulterated is the term that I used last week with
Outstanding.
Dominic. He gave me, I don't know.
You know, he's got that degree in broadcasting,
He's
so
got-
he does know a thing or two every once in a while.
Look at this, five-handed now.
Holy smokes. And
Where's
the
that?
thinker?
Yeah, where's that 3-4 now? But the thinker with ace-5.
He does have top pair with a gut shot. Anastasia with that same gut shot. Both players needing a 4. And pretty much everybody else with some peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
But a bet of 25 is going to get everybody here to fold,
Wow,
and the thinker's
that'll
going to
do
be able to take this down.
But
But typically, our live streams Thursdays and Saturday nights, they are 4 hours long. We do a 5-hour one on Tuesday nights for our 5-5-10 game. But typically, they're about 4 hours long. They will not be. We will not be live streaming here this week for cash games. We've got a schedule put together for our summer series, and tomorrow night for the free roll, we will be live streaming the final table. I'm guessing that'll start probably around 8 or 9 o'clock, something of that nature, maybe 10 o'clock. And we'll be here all the way to the end, however long that takes to crown the champion. Not only do we get the prize money in first place, but they get a really nice looking trophy. Put that on the Toledo group here today on Facebook. We'll see if we can get a picture of that on our live stream here tonight. Then Monday and Wednesday nights for those two tournaments, we will be live streaming the final table. And I imagine that'll be somewhere around that same time, 9, 10 o'clock. Just stay posted. We'll put it out on Facebook as soon as we know when we're going to be going on the live stream. Then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, where we have 2 flights each day, qualifying flights for day 2. Those are all day 1s. We will be live streaming the final table of the 6 p.m. flight Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then, of course, the big event a week from tomorrow is the day 2 for the Summer Series main event. And we will be live streaming a feature table for that at some point. Maybe not right out at 1 o'clock, but probably by 3, 4 o'clock we'll have a feature table going for that. And that'll culminate to the final table, and we will be here right to the end to crown somebody with the $20,000 prize pool first place guarantee, as well as a nice trophy for that. So stay tuned for more live stream news as we have that throughout this week. But just know that we won't be doing our typical Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday live stream cash games until we come back on August 1st.
Yep, and the club resumes normal hours as soon as that summer series is over. We will be back Monday. We take no days off. We're here for you guys. So it'll be normal scheduling. As soon as that summer series ends, Monday we'll have our normal cash games and our normal Monday tournament. Live stream will be back 2-5 on Tuesday.
Never gonna understand.
Call us 35.
All right, into the 1-3 action we go.
Miles is watching.
We're doing Miles. Thomas is joining us as well. Anthony's going to raise it to 35, and Brett's going to come along with an ace-4.
45. Whatever you want to mushroom. Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry.
Damn, apparently that hand wasn't good enough.
All right.
You need to win with a different one.
Yeah, Miles, we were just talking about our summer series this week, starting tomorrow with the free roll, 1 o'clock. Doors open 11:30. But Miles, I'm just curious if you've got your eye on any of the Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday tournaments, or if you're holding back just for the main event buy-in of $140.
I expect to see Miles at least on Wednesday. I think he'll sneak in for that $500
$500 freeze out.
Yeah, I think that's right in Miles' wheelhouse. I also can see him picking a partner, having some fun in that dual team event as well. But I suspect he will not miss Wednesday if he's around in town. He will want to play that $500 freeze out.
No, the chair just kind of slip out of it.
Brent says he's moving in to the reserve this week.
We'll get the cot ready for you, Brent.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like we had a $10 straddle from the thinker. Got called all the way around to him, and now he wants to play for a little bit of more. He's going to bump it up to 45. Action now over to Brett with the 10-9. He wants to play. Over to Darren. All right, so the Nick chip is in effect here. Again, Darren has the green light to be on his phone. He's doing the food order.
Rainbow flop here with an ace. Nobody hits that. The thinker raised it up, and he's in position. And I believe if he continues to put a bet out here, even if Brett's got the second pair.
Yeah, is that enough, though? Is 70 enough? I guess it's just a little bit under half size the pot.
Certainly if Brett folds, we're going to see Neil pull quickly behind. He's got the Dorothy, Queen 3.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if 70 is enough to get Brett out of there. He wants to see one more.
So now we're going to go heads up to the turn. The thinker could sure use a king here if he wants to jump in the lead again, but another ace comes out.
Now it's going to be even tougher for Brett to get away.
Check, check here.
River is a 5.
Well, if they're calling the salute, they should know who the reserve is. The owner is actually a poker player.
Yeah, I don't know if they called Marcos or if they called salute. Now, Josh is going to do the only thing he can do to win this pot, and he's going to fire out.
2-minute walk.
Yeah. I
It'd be a heck of a call here if Brett
He could find one.
this out.
He could find it.
So you go out the door and on the left, you just follow the sidewalk in the building, it's the next driveway, the next building.
All right.
You'll see the sign.
I'll get it.
It's a little bit more of a 2-minute walk, though. If you're going to Salute, I would take the car.
He doesn't want to. He's just trying to lock it up. It's gonna turn into a 25-minute walk.
Should I be really coming back?
So on the pros and the cons here,
Oh man,
what Brett is making a list in his head about calling is that it was a $10 button straddle on the Thinker, and he raised it up. So very much a position raise, a position bet, which means that this is a lower end of the range that the Thinker's going to do that with. Another pro to calling would be that he checked the turn. The Thinker did.
That's getting some calling chips ready, though.
He is getting some calling chips, and I think he's trying to convince himself to make this call.
Like halfway up the incline.
Understood. We will not be taking a structured break. Stay with us. We get to keep going with the action here. They did order some food, but they're just kind of leak out a little bit at a time.
Yep, filter out. And there it is.
There
Brett's
it is.
going to make
There's
a
the
great
call.
call.
Very good call. And very nice hand here for Brett, who you mentioned earlier, got felted, re-upped, and was probably, and as you mentioned, the type of player that could definitely recover from that.
And it looks like he's doing just that. I would like to see his stack size now. He's got to be close to getting that first buy-in back. That was a decent-sized pot there for him. A great read and a great call.
Hey, Caitlin.
Caitlin, where are them hearts at, girl? Where you been?
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for tuning in.
I'll do some hearts here for Caitlin.
There we go.
And thumbs up for everybody else that's been joining us tonight. And now we've broken this down to 3 tables. This is a freeze out. So I'm not sure that they're at the break yet. Maybe. But we are back down to 3 tables.
Could be, yeah.
About a good tournament. We had close to 40 entries into this $60 freeze out in the main room tonight.
Raise to 20.
All right, Neil's going to bump things up and make it 20 to go. And look at what he's got. Neil just with a 7 deuce. Wants to get out of line.
Pocket threes for the Thinker, and he's going to make the call.
MGM Bob in story mode.
He started reaching for chips.
He doesn't know what he's doing yet. Makes the right decision. Gets rid of his king 8.
Yeah.
Back to the story, Bob.
And now heads up action. 7 deuce of clubs versus pocket threes.
And there's really only one way to play this 7 deuce, and it's kind of suicidal. And that's the line Neil's going to take.
Yeah.
Neil's got a pair of 7s, but he's just firing out into that ace high board. And the Thinker's going to let this go, I think.
I believe so, too.
Yep. And Neil's going to show it if he wants to get rid of that yellow disc.
Finally got out early this time.
And he did show it.
Thank you. Small Vic.
So we're coming up here just a little bit over 2 hours with our live stream here. We've got another just under 2 hours to go. This is our 1-3 No Limit Hold'em cash game, the Saturday regular Joe Poker Show. And this is the new addition to our team that we mentioned earlier, Ryan, who was in the live stream box for the first time Thursday night. Really handled it very well. He admitted beforehand and afterwards that he was very, very nervous. Never been in this situation before, but he's a very competent dealer, and we're glad to have him part of the team. We make sure that we've got all hands on deck coming up for our summer series, because we expect every one of our tournaments, as well as our flights, to be very well attended. Everybody's here prepared to work very hard this week. We got a 3-bet here from James with the ace queen to 55.
Yeah, he's kind of been laying over there in the weeds, been pretty relatively quiet since the first half hour. And now Bill's going to come along. I think this is going to be one of the first flops he's seen as well.
I got 3 players? No, I want to raise before you do. It all worked out. Check. Check.
Oh, interesting flop there. All hearts.
Check. Go to the turn.
Bill does have the jack.
He's got 1 pair of jacks. Yep.
Diamond doesn't help anybody.
You got James with
a gut shot.
a couple of gut
I
shots.
you do that with your hand. My bad.
That is 115.
Bill came close to acting out a turn there, which is why I think James did the double clutch.
Yeah. Yeah, Anthony over there had to come across, and then I was wondering what was going on, but
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
I'm not shocked Bill missed something.
I want to get one of those jerseys. I really like those jerseys. For Detroit ones.
Bill, he's a tough cash player as well.
He is,
Oh, you can't buy
I
them.
think they're stadium only jerseys.
and he may be considering a raise here. The bet is 115.
He's certainly grabbing quite a bit of soldiers.
You gotta be able to buy them.
Oh, it's
He's going to send them out to war.
Jersey places later.
He's going to make the call.
Make the call. He is in the lead with the jack.
I'm sure Mitchell and Ness will make them.
And James going to get out of there, going to go to heads up. All right, so if you're Bill, you got to like that 10 there. And you also got to like Anthony checking to you on the river. That way you got some showdown value. Bill doesn't have to put any more into this pot to take it down.
And this is first pot of the night, I think, for Bill. But it's certainly a good pot. But the other part of that is they did decide to, with this dealer, do the yellow knit chip again. And now Bill gets to get rid of that yellow knit chip. The last person standing with the yellow knit chip, $40 from their stack. This time now it's 45 because we're 10-handed to $5 to each player.
Certainly adds a new aspect, a new dynamic to the game. You'll see times where it gets to the final 2 players with that knit chip and they get into a pot heads up. Not only are they at stake for the pot that they're in, but also $45 after the fact.
And here's a button straddle.
My second time.
$10. Bill might have come close to acting out of turn again there.
Somebody give this
So
man a
he says,
warning.
this is only my second time.
All right, so we did have that $10 straddle. Looks like Darren's going to bump it up. He's going to make it 35 to go.
Getting froggy there with his king 4 of hearts.
Yeah.
Anastasia gets out of the way. Don't blame her. Same with the thinker, and now pocket 6s for Fearless Joe.
Haven't heard too much from Fearless Joe lately. Let's see what he can do here with his 6s.
He is just a wee bit above his starting stack of 500.
That's outstanding, Nancy. We're glad to have Ryan. He's been an awesome addition to our team.
Oh, that is terrific. Thank you very much for watching tonight, Nancy.
We're going to go 5 ways to this flop.
Check. Check.
And
Gut shot for Bill.
yeah, what's best here? The 6s?
The 6s are pretty much in the lead at this point.
That is 45.
Not necessarily a flop that you like with pocket 6s.
Yeah, you've seen better flops with 6s for
So
sure.
he's going to let that go.
Call.
And now Brett's going to make the call with 2 overs.
Call.
Bill with the gut shot's going to make the call. So we're going to go 3-handed into the turn.
3-handed into a turn, and not one player has a pair here, Vic.
3 to the turn.
And now 2 players improve their hand to top pair.
Yeah.
Brett and Darren both going to hit a pair of kings on that turn.
Darren's the one that kind of led this action out, and he does a check there.
Oh, look at that.
Bill hits his gut
Look
shot.
at that, and what a sneaky gut shot that is.
What a sneaky gut shot, and
Again,
that check by the other two players allowed him to catch up, and he's going to bet 100.
Yeah, he's going to try to. This is a max value bet. He's just firing out 100. Both players did check that turn, which is interesting to me.
It's well disguised, I gotta believe.
It's very well disguised. How does this 10 help you?
Yeah, how do you put him on 9-8 with the board when the board came out like that? I mean,
He didn't get cheated when he was at the plate.
and he's going for an Oscar here, looking like he could care less whether they call or not.
Well, he certainly does want to call. We know that. Darren's going to let his king go. Let's see if Brett can do the same.
And I don't think Brett and Bill have seen much of each other, and I gotta wonder if one of the factors here is Brett wanting to make a curiosity call, although I don't think he can afford it. Well,
I mean,
he got stuck early here.
He does got a decent stack there, almost 800 in front of him. And again, he does have top pair with a decent kicker. He does want to see it.
Yeah, he wants to see it. And there he gets to show
you'll
the
see.
straight.
He'll be a little shocked.
Yep. And Bill is going to take down now another pot. Is that 2 in a row for him, or at least?
It is 2 in a row.
That is 2 in a row. So Nancy, yeah, this is your son Ryan dealing. We want to thank you very much for watching. Just curious where you're watching from. Are you from here in Toledo or from the area? We've only spent a couple of evenings here with Ryan so far, so I don't think we've had a chance to really get to know him yet.
Get a full bio on him. I think he's up in. I think he's up somewhere in Michigan in just a touch of it, but
Okay.
it seems like he's happy so far. We'll see how he fares after the free roll, though. That opinion can change.
Another subject my wife and I were talking about today is the free rolls are kind of the to a dealer aren't necessarily always fun in games, but from a player's perspective, it's a wonderful opportunity for you to come in. If you haven't been playing long or even played at all, you get to enter into a huge tournament for zero buy-in.
Yeah, absolutely free.
And then the rebuys of $40 makes it even affordable. But the experience that you get to have in a tournament that big, and then from the reserve standpoint, we see a lot of new faces.
And that's what the free roll is all about, is getting new players into the door. Like Vic said, it's not necessarily the favorite event for the dealers to be a part of, but we will pretty much hold your hand, guide you the way. The atmosphere at the club is unmatched. You won't find it in a casino. If you're new and you want to play some live cards, tomorrow is the day to check it out. Absolutely free to get in, and again, you're not playing for peanuts. A $10,000 prize pool.
These guys are getting 3 concussions in 1 round, and they're obviously give us a waiver, I'm sure.
Yeah, you go to a hall on a weeknight and you get into a $20 euchre tournament, and if your game is not that great, you don't necessarily feel very comfortable in this situation. This is an example that I'm giving.
Right, yeah.
Versus tomorrow with the free roll, our objective is here to make everybody feel comfortable at whatever level of poker experience they have. And that we're going to do that regardless of what tournament you come in here to play. But we want you to feel very comfortable coming in here. We don't want you to feel intimidated. You show up at 11:30 and the line is around the corner, and you think, "Oh my goodness, am I really doing this?" It's not going to take long for you to sit down and think, "Hey, this looks like it's going to be a lot of fun."
Yeah,
it won't take long at all.
You see players get up from the table and they'll ask anybody else if they want a water. They're grabbing waters for the other players, and they're in a tournament against them, battling for chips. But the atmosphere, the camaraderie is always unmatched.
Got a shout out here for Motor City Poker. Sean is saying that they're coming in Tuesday to invade I
Is that
hear
a,
another. I
is
hear
that
another bold team.
Is that another team coming in?
Oh,
Love to see it.
Sally or meat.
All right, we got action brewing on the 1-3 game, though. Anthony's going to click it up to 115 with queens again. Over to the thinker, who's always finding him in these spots with an ace that just isn't quite doing it for him. And he's going to let this one go.
Their bills.
That's one fair we haven't seen yet.
And they were so, and she got it, and they were so excited, they were both crying. Because they could pay their bills.
We have a straddle from
MGM Bob, I think he's just checking in with the home front. Please note that if you haven't seen us on the live stream before, this is a 15-minute delay. What we're seeing here happened 15 minutes ago, but Brian and I are commentating fresh on whatever we're seeing. The point, though, is that everybody that sits down at the table has to put their phones up on the shelf. We're cognizant of the opportunity to collude with a show like this, but it cannot happen. It won't happen. You also cannot have any smartphones, and so we take those measures so that we can have present you not only with something that's entertaining, but something that's also fair and unadulterated.
Yes, we just like to take that element out, not even bring it into a question. No phones, no pagers, no smartwatches. All that stuff is put up there on a shelf for the players to access at their leisure, just not while they're seated at the table in a live hand.
Here comes a raise.
It is. He's got them pocket ones, James. He's been sitting in the weeds for quite some time now.
Anastasia would have liked, I think she would have called that raise.
Yeah, she would have
to
seen
30.
a flop for 30. I think you're right. But the 150, Fearless Joe is going to be fearful of that. And Brett's probably going to get out of the way now as he's not getting any odds.
American Airlines.
And Nancy, what your son is doing there, just so people know, with our live stream here, the cards have chips in them, and there's a rectangle in front of each player, and underneath the table there is a chip reader. So when the cards are dealt out to the players, they need to put those in the box and give it a second or two. That way the computer knows, and we are able to see what each player is playing. And as a dealer, it can be kind of intimidating because these are very sensitive cards. You can't bend them, you can't, flop them down. You have to be pretty delicate with it. Then Ryan has a headset on, and he is now communicating every move here to the production office. In this case, it's Tyler, and affectionately known as the Wizard is also in there. But he's letting him know. Seat 1 folds, seat 2 folds, seat 3, and that's how that information is getting in there. So it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a complete 180 than what you're used to while you're dealing as opposed to it as a normal dealing gig. It's best to be quiet and only announce bet and raise. But this, you have to call all the shots, kind of dictate all the action. And Ryan's doing just fine at that. I think his first down was thrown right into the box as well on Thursday. So
wow,
he's doing great. He threw him to the wolves, and
our young dealers have picked up on it real well. Kara and Patrick. Certainly, we saw some tense moments from them the first time they were thrown in there, but they are becoming more and more comfortable with it as they become more and more comfortable with just dealing in general here at the reserve. And I'm going to get up on my soapbox here. We have some of the best. I'll put up our dealers here against almost anybody.
No doubt about that.
Got
Very
great talent here.
Yep, great talent.
I had Noah here calling the action with me a few weeks ago, and Noah is very experienced player, predominantly a cash player, but very experienced.
Yep.
And he said that his assessment of a good dealer isn't necessarily pitching the cards. It's taking control of the table, making sure that you are the one that's making sure that the action is flowing.
It's your game. Yep.
And it's your game. You are the pack leader, if you will, to give a dog training analogy.
Yeah, you're the maestro.
You're the maestro, the pack leader.
You're
and And Noah was very complimentary of our crew with that regard. And he has played all over the country.
Yeah.
Now we got three-handed here. We'll get off of our soapbox and get back to poker action.
And what a flop here for Brett. He's going to flop top pair and the nut spade draw. Ace high flush draw.
Man, he just smacks that.
Yeah, can't ask for much more on that. Let's see if he can't get a little bit of value here with such a monstrous hand.
65.
Yeah. But I wasn't very good, so
Ammo got expensive. What'd you shoot? Re-gun or what?
No, archery.
And Bob wants to see a turn.
He hit a piece of this with the 5.
He wants to see a turn.
Distance you compete at.
Me, I mean, there's several different types of archery competitions. My
Queen is no help, and I don't think that's going to worry Brett really at all.
No, I think Brett wants to see a river regardless of what happens.
The option right now is on Bob. He's reaching for chips. Is right. Things that make you say,
I'm going to get a little sticky here.
Wow.
gotta know where
It's
it
a
is.
considerable bet here, given the position that he's in.
Is he firing out 175 into Brett?
At the top are really, really good. And I was really, really average.
Sounds like fun though, if that's what you're
It
doing.
was super fun.
Yeah, Brent, he took a risk there putting a bet out, but he's got a sticky player here in Bob.
If I had to choose between
And he's gonna... Is he call?
That's a call.
It is just call. We're gonna see a river.
skill level, there was zero chance of me ever
Ow.
making money doing it.
And there it is for Brett. Spades come in.
It's expensive to travel and do the national tournament. I mean, this is expensive for me too. The equipment is very expensive. Yeah, it's wild. I mean, you're looking
Yeah. Good check there, Bob. And all in.
with good accessories.
Not
Quick
trying-
fold.
Not trying to get any value there. Brett's just gonna get it all in.
Have it, you don't have to
There it is. He's gonna be back over 1,000, I think.
And you called it early on when Brett got stuck. You said, look, this is the kind of player that's going to grind it out and work hard to recover from that and then some.
And he's done just that, Vic. I think he's right about the 1,100 mark, so he got that initial $500 buy-in back, and
Kill someone with it.
now he's playing profit poker.
Speaking of one of our young dealers, Kara coming in now. We're going to be changing up dealers after this hand.
See, even the dealer knows the rules. She's got her smartphone and her smart watch she's pulled out. Gonna put on the shelf.
Put it on the shelf.
Coming around.
That includes the dealers.
Call. Three Stooges. Raise, 40.
If you're going to come in this week for the first time, particularly on the free roll, take note of Ryan's shirt there. You see anybody with a shirt like that and you have any questions or concerns, just come up and ask. The room is going to be very crowded, very busy, and if you've never been here, you might be looking for, just a question or two or trying to understand what's going on. And somebody has that collared shirt on with the reserve on. We're here to help you.
Calls 40.
That's probably where you belong.
Calls 40.
So glad.
Anthony now raising it up to 40, and he's going to get.
He's getting a lot of non-believers.
He's getting some non-believers here.
Calls 40.
Looks like Bob likes a hand if it's got a 5 in it.
He loves his fives, it appears.
Four-handed now. Here comes the flop. All red. Most of the players here have all black.
With a 5, though.
GM hits a piece of this.
He's got that 5. Anthony, the aggressor pre-flop, is going to throw out 85. And Bob's going to like his pair of 5s good enough.
Oh. Okay. Oh. I was like, no, please don't.
No.
Right here.
Bob's going to fire at a card that hits his opponent.
Anthony looks back to see if the food is here.
Always can respect a food check.
Yeah. And here comes a raise now. Oh, no, he's going to make the call.
Yeah,
I thought maybe he was reaching for raising chips, and we're going to still be heads up here into the river. And no help for Bob. Check, check.
Yeah, Anthony going to check back.
And Anthony's going to take that bounce. We've seen some really solid play here from Anthony.
Yeah, he's a tough player, too.
Maybe not as slow and steady as Anastasia, but he's been very steady.
Yeah, he certainly is one to does not mind putting chips in the pot.
Yeah, the aces hand, I don't remember. Everybody's giving me shit, so I
7 deuce, aces.
And here we're going to change up dealers here. Now Kara's going to come in.
Yeah, apparently everybody slides out.
Coming into the helm. And I was going to bring up the straddling situation. Earlier we saw the straddle here from the Thinker on the button, $10, and then he had, you know, what might be considered on the low end of his range, but he makes a raise.
Right.
Unfortunately for him, he then wound up in a hand that cost him some money. However, and here he is doing it again. He's gonna button straddle, and if we get a bunch of limpers, if he does the same thing and decides to raise that. I've only been approaching straddling. I've been playing this game for 20, 25 years, but really it's only been in the last 10 years that I've grown to appreciate the straddle, particularly the button straddle.
Right.
Now Darren is going to, Motor City Darren's going to raise this up with pocket jacks. So we may not see an example of the button straddle taking advantage of, you know, some free money, if you will. By
right.
But this time
he may protect it. Yeah, he may put in a call here to protect it a little bit, but I don't suspect he'll raise it back.
But my mindset usually is that if I'm going to button straddle and I see limpers, I almost don't care what those two cards are. I've got to punish those limpers.
Yeah, you're going to go up,
and then I'm going to have to figure out from there what I do next.
Panic.
Yeah. Darren's going to check his jacks to a board with 2 spades, 2 eights, and a queen.
Seems to be Josh is going to pick up a little bit on how strong of a player Darren is. He decides not to fire a bet there on the flop. He wants to see what Darren does on the turn.
You like the new shirt, Kara?
70.
They work comfortable.
Speaking of the shirts, now Bill is asking Kara what she thinks of them. And I know the Thinker is thinking long and hard about this, but he's...
Could say posturing, if you will.
Yeah. But he does give it up.
He
and
has
Darren now with the nit chip is going to have to show the jacks so that he can turn in his chip.
He did show him.
Yep. Another element here to the game with the nit chip is, you know, you need to show. We did see an orbit there where we did not have the nit chip out there, and people were not showing. They were folding their hands.
Yep, saving a little bit of information.
Yep, save that information.
Still got 3 tables.
Still 3 tables in the main room for our $60 freeze out on Saturday night.
Closing in on the end of registration, folks. So if you're not here within 10 minutes, that'll be all she wrote.
Patch is watching. Hey, buddy. Okay. All right, that's something we did forget to talk about earlier.
They seem to be a hit.
Yeah, and I think you've been pretty much a pretty good champion of these sit and goes, so that you can win 140.
Yeah, we'll give away 2 seats, $35 buy-in, just 10 players at each table. Give away 2 seats into that 140, 100K main event. And Wizard just in our ear saying one started, and we're about to have that second one fill up. So if satellites are your thing, come down to the club, hop in a single table satellite for $35. try to get yourself a 140 buy-in seat. Again, guys, we are doing double bag bonuses for the 100K, and those double bags, Vic, are going to be paid out immediately after the flight. So as soon as you get that double bag, we'll hand you over $1,000 cash, give you some more bullets to maybe find that third bag.
Here we are, four-handed going into this flop. 2 diamonds here for Anthony now. But a king for Neil with the ace kicker.
Yeah, Anthony also has a gut shot, so a diamond or a 6.
I don't know. Now that I know the comments disappear, I probably won't.
Back over to Neil now.
He's firing away. Bet 90.
And I don't know. He's wondering if maybe that was enough to try to chase some of these chasers away.
Yeah, but Anthony's going to flick in the call. He's got just too strong of a hand. Brett really no draws.
Semi-safe.
I've received a couple texts, scratched off.
Heads up now going to the turn. Now, yeah.
Improves a little bit. Does
He
pick up a
improves
little
bit. Yep.
little pair of 7s.
And an all-in from Neil. Kind of smelled that coming. If you look at the low stack that Neil had and some of the frustrations he's had tonight so far.
Yeah, I like this bet. Pot's big enough. Bet's big enough. Anthony's sizing it up, though. He's got a pretty strong hand.
There would be a maybe. He usually drinks something.
I think Neil's all-in is for 260. That graphic's
Right.
wrong there where it says the 150.
Right, the graphic was based on what the computer had calculated was the chips that Neil had left, but actually he had more. It's quite possible that he could have added to his stack. But the real call here is 260 if Anthony decides to do that with all his draws.
And he does.
And a bevy of outs here for Anthony. Oh, and he hits one of them.
The least likely one, Vic.
The least likely one, absolutely.
I guess a 7's pretty unlikely too, but two
Yeah.
pair there for Neil.
Yeah, for Anthony.
Anthony,
and,
yeah, I'm
and
sorry,
now
Anthony,
Anthony's going to get up over $1,000 for his chip stack. We just
Wow.
talked about his very strong and steady play here tonight so far.
And we talked about the unfortunate things that are happening to Neil, and that's one of them.
Yeah.
I mean, Anthony did have a strong hand, a strong drawing hand,
But back to these sit and go satellites, right? Tonight, what we got one in play right now.
one in play, currently filling up a second one.
And you can look at to the left-hand side of the screen there,
Just
and that
behind that
first one
graphic.
is.
Yep.
This is the 20th year anniversary of Chris Moneymaker, who won a satellite and then went on to win the World Series of Poker. Kind of really sparked a poker renaissance, if you will, or brought attention to the mainstream. And here's what we asked for
There's
earlier.
that hardware.
Look at the hardware that's going to be available for this week. There is tomorrow night's tournament has a trophy. Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then a week from tomorrow, the main event. That was the bigger trophy there. But if you're in, if you can get in here quickly, we're going to have another one of those tonight, and you could do a moneymaker. You could be $35 gets you $20,000 for first prize for the main event.
Absolutely. Get yourself a free buy-in. Use it for a double bag opportunity. I mean, the value is there for that $35 buy-in. Structure is well structured, so you're not here all night. It's usually lasted about hour and a half to 2 hours.
Yep, just under 2 hours typically
Yeah, just
for
under
those.
2 hours, so you don't have to invest your entire night.
All hearts here now. Anastasia getting the best of this with her heart draw with the ace, and she's got a 10. However, Fearless Joe has got the queen.
These two have not been in it together yet.
But
Let's see how
according to
they-
the computer, Anastasia's ahead.
$35 bet from Anastasia, and Fearless Joe's coming along.
That does not help Anastasia. She is first to act here. She is up above her original buy-in amount, but below where she was maybe an hour ago. She was up closer to 800.
Yeah, they call that upstuck.
So she's going to bet again, and a quick call here
Well, quick call there.
from Joe.
Yeah, I was just, that's what I said to him right away. I was like,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, wow is right. Let's see if
Wow.
this is well disguised here for Anastasia. But either
Oh,
way, Anastasia, I don't think he's
Anastasia.
going to bet that.
Couple of missteps for her tonight.
Yeah.
Missed out on some value, I feel like.
Right.
I think Fearless Joe is going to flick in a call if she does make a bet. However, she's going to scoop up a nice pot.
Yeah.
People see me in less words.
She's really holding her own.
What was the other card? Queen 3?
it could have been absolutely.
Queen 3, the Dorothy, as we affectionately call it around here at the Reserve Poker Club. 5105 Glendale Avenue, Toledo, Ohio, on the eve of our summer series. If you haven't been here, tomorrow's a great opportunity to come and play in the free roll starting at 1 o'clock. The doors open 11:30. Get here early, and if you do get here early and get registered and you want to jump back out and grab some breakfast, late breakfast, early brunch, or you just want to run an errand or something, go get your car washed, you're able to do that. Come back before we start out at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, if you happen to find yourself at Sunrise Skillet, I'll take the meat and potato skillet.
That's the one I was trying to think of, the
Yeah.
Sunrise Skillet.
Nice little eatery there.
Yeah.
Breakfast eatery.
Brevin's watching again. Hey, Brevin. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. We appreciate it. And everybody that's tuned in to our 1-3 No Limit Hold'em cash game.
Again, viewers on YouTube, please hit that thumbs up and that subscribe. Absolutely free for you guys to do. Helps us grow the channel and grow the club, get new players in here, new members. MGM Bob's turn now with the pocket jacks. He's going to bump it up. Huge raise to 115. He's not messing around.
Nobody else? I saw it.
We started tonight's show sometime around 6:15, and we're going for 4 hours tonight till 10:15. We did not take a dinner break. You might see some players from time to time stepping away so that they can eat. It sounded like they had ordered some pizza or something, at least a few of them.
Yeah,
but we did not do the dinner break, and don't be surprised if going forward on some of these shorter broadcasts, the 4-hour ones, where the players decide not to do that. They'd like to keep players. They'd like to keep playing, and we know that the viewers like to stay here and not necessarily chime out during a break. So
yeah, the live stream is about playing poker. It's not about watching these guys eat slices of pizza. So unless it's a 5-hour or longer stream, we won't cut to a break. Going to keep these guys seated. Again, you might see them filter out a little bit. Somebody grab a slice while the other players play, take their turns.
So Anthony Halt recommends the Country Fried Steak Sunrise Skillet. He says it's the best in the city. And
Really? And the Wizard's going to confirm.
Yeah, the Wizard says he agrees with you, Anthony. He believes it's the best. He just got it a couple weeks ago.
I'm going to have to try that. I'm a big Country Fried Steak guy.
Oh, that and Cracker Barrel? Or it beats Cracker Barrel. Yeah, the Wizard says it beats Cracker Barrel. MGM Bob now with pocket tens. He's going to make the call of a raise from the thinker.
Pocket tens he has now.
Early on, we were seeing pocket pair like every hand.
Yeah, every hand somebody had a big pocket pair. Now over to Neil, who got to get something going to get back into the black, back into the positive.
5-handed now going into the flop. Kara continues to do just a great job at the helm here. Couple of eights, couple of hearts.
Deuce there for the thinker.
But the tens are still in the lead from MGM Bob.
I've got to try this Country Fried Steak now. I can't stop thinking about it. You guys know how I get with the food.
What is it?
Do you think that's something that Jonathan would eat, or is that like a little too exotic for him?
You know, he's got a very weird palate, that Jonathan. He gets a cheese, or he gets a hamburger with no cheese, but then when he gets a pizza, he gets extra cheese. It's very weird. It's very strange. And you can't fault him. He's got,
Yeah.
the figure of a stallion.
Well, it's mainly Little Detroit for the automotive industry.
All right, people are trying to pick up on the Thinker's bet here. Fearless Joe, he's really going into the tank here, facing a $65 bet from said Thinker. He's going to let it go. Now over to MGM Bob, who's got an overpair to the board.
Raising chips.
And he's grabbing some raisin chips. And he's going to put them out there. Yeah, I like the no break as well, Brent. Keeps the viewership intact, keeps everybody engaged, if you will.
And Brent, that feedback for us is very important.
Absolutely.
We continue to welcome our viewers to let us know what it is that they want to see, either the games that they want to see, or how are we restructuring it.
Again, the club doesn't exist without members, so we truly do value membership feedback. And we're going to get all in here. Thinker's going to go all in.
The Thinker was trying to represent here pre-flop, on the flop, and then after a raise. And he's going to go all in and just a snap call here from MGM. I mean a snap call.
Yeah, couldn't wait to get it in. He's all right with what he sees.
Yep. And really, there are some outs here for the Thinker. Deuce, ace.
Kara getting the pot right, showcase right.
An 8 doesn't help him. That gives MGM Bob a better.
Looking at a deuce or an ace.
Yep. And now his percentage drops to 10%, and that's no help. And Bob's going to take this down.
Bob's going to scoop up a nice pot here, 625 in the middle. Let's see what Joshua decides to do. Kind of a rough patch there for him.
He has hit a rough patch here tonight.
Usually a real solid player on the stream.
Summer Series, $100,000 main event. That's a $100,000 prize pool guarantee. And what a value. $140 buy-in, $40,000 starting stack, 25-minute levels day one. That's important to pay attention to. Top 10% advance to day two. Everyone who bags will receive $200 at the conclusion of the flight. That's right away, up to the window. Get your $200 after you count your chips. And then we've got a $1,000 double bag bonus paid immediately. And the day two restart is on Sunday, a week from tomorrow. That's going to be at 1 o'clock. We are facilitated here to seat 170 players. And I believe not only tomorrow, obviously with the free roll, but that's going to come into play on our tournament, the tournaments leading up to the main event, and then with the flights that we're going to have. All hands on deck. This place is going to be buzzing.
Again, we'll have those food trucks. Tomorrow we'll have a couple of eatery options. I know that's huge for the players, being able to sneak outside, grab a bite to eat. Again, as always at the club, no eating allowed on the gaming floor. We try to keep the chairs, the felts, and the side tables nice. We got plenty of bar space and side tables players can eat at.
So an action-filled hand, last hand, and kind of the ebbs and tides of poker. A quick one here for a win for Neil. A much-needed win. A win
yeah,
is a win.
much needed for Neil. He'll take any chips coming into his stack at this point. But again, he's also one of those players. He can turn it around at any second.
Well, we had the same board with people.
What is the protege doing out and about? You have not earned those rights, sir. That is the apprentice.
There's Tyler.
The apprentice.
The young man that is at the helm of the controls.
Doing a fantastic job as of late.
Unless the wizard gives him a break to come out and breathe, stretch his legs, and maybe get something to eat.
I'm shocked he does that. Usually he's like slipping crackers under the door to him. We've got that straddle infect here from Anastasia out of the 10C. Thinker's coming along. Fearless Joe's in there. Over to Anthony.
It looks like Fearless Joe is adding to his stack here.
And I don't know what Joshua rebought for. He's the Thinker in seat
Or were those
one.
blue chips? No, maybe not. Bill now, who's been a little quiet, he took down a couple of good pots, and now he's got $35 to call pocket twos, and
He wants to do that. There we go. Also featuring here at the reserve, marketing as the friendliest game in town. It's a 1-1 no limit hold'em. Minimum buy-in $40. Maximum buy-in is $100. There's no match, no straddles, no bomb pots.
that's a
So,
very friendly game.
If any player out there has an interest in getting their feet wet in cash game but are scared of the big buy-ins at the casinos and other games, this is the game for you. $40 min buy-in, $100 max buy-in, and it plays very, very friendly. There's no side gigs, no straddles, like I said.
The Thinker now hits the best of this five-handed. He's got an 8, Queen 8. They're going to check it around. 2 clubs out there, and a third club comes out there, giving Fearless Joe and Anthony a club draw, but Anthony's now got hit his ace as well. Strong lead in this hand right now for Anthony. Let's see what he does with it.
He's an aggressive player. He's not going to let players see free cards or cheap cards. I'm going to fire out $100.
Bill, pocket twos. Fearless Joe now with the gut shot straight draw. Got a flush draw. I think he did just add to his stack. Yeah, let's see. He's got a tough decision to make here. He's also still got the yellow nit chip in front of him.
Yeah,
and he's going to lay that down.
Good judgment there from Fearless Joe.
And because Anthony had won a hand earlier, he doesn't have to show. He does not have his yellow nit chip, and we may be down to 2 or 3 players here with the yellow nit chip. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, this is a nit chip, and it's kind of like a last man standing, if you will. It actually is. If you're the last person standing with the yellow chip in front of you, then you pay all the other players $5 a piece. So that's $45 that comes out of your stack. It has an impact in a number of ways in terms of making sure we get some action, but it also puts a dent into your strategy, because in order for you to win, to get rid of your chip, you got to win and show your hand.
Yeah, definitely. Players can kind of wince a little bit when they do got to roll it over. Like some of them certainly don't want to show what they had, but if you want to get rid of that nit chip, you've got to show your cards. Again, back to that 1-1 game, guys. We've got people joining on that list, getting on that list. So if you have any interest at all, phone into the reserve. Let them know you're coming down. Get on that list. Again, it's a very fun game. Doesn't break the pockets. A couple of joiners on Facebook. Rodney's popping in, as well as Jonathan. Jonathan, hope to see you come out this week or next week for one of our events. Hopefully maybe that $500 freeze out.
Five-handed again here on this flop. And Anthony again hitting the best of it with the ace.
Jonathan, we could put you on that 1-1 list, buddy. No problem.
And so the Thinker's going to bet out here with really nothing. $30, not a big bet, but kind of.
He's just been. This is not the Thinker that I know. He's been in full blast-off mode this evening.
Anthony still has the best of it. Ace with the 7 kicker. That would be a better kicker than what Neil is looking at here with the 4, but Neil does have a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, if 2 comes in, he does got that 5 high straight. You know, really pulling, not picking favorites here, but also don't like to see anybody get beat up too badly, so Kind of pulling for Neil a little bit on this one.
Okay.
See if he can't get something going his way.
And the thinker finally lets this go. And the 10 is no help, and it doesn't even affect the kicker situation, so Anthony has the check mark.
Oh, one thing I've noticed about Anthony's strategy here, if he feels he's got the best hand, he's putting in chips.
Yeah.
And for the most part, they're green chips. He is always pedal to the floor. He does not bet the 35s or the 45s. It's always somewhere in the 125 range.
And he's not, it doesn't, we haven't seen him set up like a check raise situation. Like you said, if he's got it, he's going to put the money in. Going to lead out whether he's in position or not.
And this here, if Neil makes a call here, it's just going to be kind of the tail of the night for him. Just second best all night. Yeah, and he does make the call. As soon as Neil... 7 does play.
7 plays.
Tough night here there for Neil, and Anthony continues to grow his chip stack, which I believe should now, if he wasn't in the chip lead, he probably certainly is now. And he's been in the pots when it matters most for him, but he has also, when he can, take control of the action.
Yeah, and he's done that quite a bit here. If he finds himself in a pot, he kind of wants to take control of it.
You got 10 under the gun. What does that mean? Is it like how many hands you're in?
Voluntarily put in the pot.
So not the blinds.
You're talking about VPIP here. It doesn't necessarily play in tonight's game, but it's always nice to understand what your VPIP is. Anastasia asking for clarification on what that stands for, and I know that Brian's done a good job letting people know that VPIP is voluntarily putting into the pot. Did I say that right?
Yep.
And so if you're in 10, if you play 10 hands and you voluntarily put money into the pot 8 times out of the 10, your VPIP is going to be 80%. Not nearly as complicated as a batting average in baseball. But it does say what kind of player you are. And now Anastasia in the small blind with pocket queens. There was a raise from Anthony to 35. It looks like she's going to raise this up. Does she? Yes, she does. She 3-bets this to 105. And quick fold here, but he shows, Anthony shows, oh no, yeah, he shows the ace-10 and lets it go.
Huh.
He's understanding that with a low VPIP type of player from Anastasia, when she's coming out with a big bet, she's not doing it with 7-deuce offsuit.
You're absolutely right. She's probably got a big holding, and she did there with pocket queens.
And she does well. She's back up over $800 here. She started with 500. Everybody basically bought in for 500. That is the maximum buy-in. You get belted, you can re-up for 500, or at any point, if you're down below 500, you can add to your stack. But look at Anthony now creeping up on $2,000, 1.7. He's our chip leader. We've got about another hour here of our live stream. We've got in the main room our $60 free freeze out, and that buy-in session portion of the buy-in is over, and they'll be playing down to the winners there. But also, what's going on in the main room? They did a $35. Help me out there. $35 sit and go.
Single table sit and go. So just 10 players in,
which is basically a satellite. $35 with the ability to possibly get a $140 buy-in.
It's hilarious.
And then, as we just mentioned, there's a list growing for the 1-1 $100 max buy-in cash game. And it wouldn't be surprised me if that's already getting going already.
Yeah, it'll certainly be going when we walk out of the commentating booth, Vic. I have no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Well, shit.
And these two are going to be going back and forth again here. Anthony and Anastasia.
I'll take your ace-king 100 times over.
Again, we just talked about it. Anthony, if he's got a hand, he's firing in chips, and a lot of times it's green ones.
And this aggression here is going to pay off in this. If he checks that, Anastasia gets a free card with some outs there over his 8s. But the bet ensures that he gets to take down another pot. Looks like we got a dealer change coming up with Eddie. And he's coming in quickly. And there's Scott in the gray sweatshirt won last night. We had our free roll. We had 8 tables for that free roll last night. It was very busy. I was on the floor, which I don't mind because I wound up doing 13,000 steps in 5 hours last night.
We talked about that, yeah.
Yeah, I actually appreciate the exercise.
And that is a single table sit and go right there.
Right there.
$35 buy-in gets you into the main event. $140 buy-in. And we'll run those throughout the duration of the evening. As soon as we got 10 players wanting to play one, we'll fire up a table, get you guys seated. We could take, and again, these will be going throughout the entire series up until the end of, well, probably really the end of Saturday night.
We got 17 tables, so let's give an example of tomorrow. We've got 17 tables. We're seating 170 people. We get in to be at 7 or 8 o'clock, and now we start to break tables and break down. We still have the dealers in place. We're going to be doing those sit and goes. You're going to have an opportunity if you could bust it out of tomorrow's free roll. You're here at that point to get in. Another opportunity. We're going to do it Monday night. We're going to do it Tuesday night, Wednesday night. The Wizard says we'll be doing that all week.
Those will all be for the 140 buy-in for the main event. And again, those are lasting about no longer than 2 hours, just about under 2 hours. So if you bust out of something and still have the itch, go up to the window, let Marissa, John, or myself, Vic, let somebody know on a reserve shirt that you have some interest in a single table satellite, and we'll start building that list.
David Huff is watching. Hey, Dave. Hope you're doing well, buddy.
Excited to see him. He'll be out next week for a couple events. He's a tough tournament player as well. He's due for a trophy.
Boy, the Thinker's really opened up his range here tonight.
He certainly has. This is a different side of the Thinker.
And now he hits a king.
Let's see if he can't get max value here. Fearless Joe going to be first to act.
Under the gun here with the 9s after the turn card. He's putting a bet
fire,
out here.
Yeah.
150.
Hefty bet.
Darren now. See if that gets concerned about that king. He did have top pair, top kicker, or the top pair with the queen kicker. Now the king comes out.
Pat, you talking about joining the satellite table? Or
the live stream, or how can we help you, Pat? Good question, Thinker. What is the intention of that bet? Does he think he's in all in and a quick call here with the 9s?
King is supposed to be long out of there. It should have been, yeah, but it's this big game. That's why I stayed in. I didn't want to lose $90 for 75.
And now Fearless Joe can only win with a 9 and a 9 only.
And the Thinker takes down a much-needed pot here.
Much needed,
He's
absolutely.
had a tough night here.
Pat, if you're interested in joining in the single table satellites, you can always reach out to the club. Ask them how many players they have for that second one. Again, the first one is currently running, and there is no re-entries or newcomers into that one. It's single table sit and go. So
we only sell 10 seats.
10 seats sold to that table. They play down to 2, and the final 2 get awarded seats into the 100K main event.
We both didn't want to lose it.
If you want on that second one that's about to go, you can always call into the club, stop into the club. And again, just express interest in that satellite.
Oh, they were doing the yellow chip button for 10, not
Oh,
5.
Wow. I was wondering because Josh
Yeah.
had said I didn't want to lose 90 there.
Yeah, that's right. And that was an influencer in Josh's the Thinker's decision process.
So it looks like Fearless Joe is going to take a lap. He did leave some chips, so he's not done for the night. He's just going to take a lap. Maybe it's his turn to get some grub first.
I will poke you. I'm doing it.
Small block.
Small bomb. Sure. So if there was gonna be somebody like you did the first time. And the second time, I was like, oh no. Everybody's just playing.
We can close on that last hour of play here, Vic. Who do you think is going to be top dog?
Well, Anthony has been playing solid. I wouldn't, he's not necessarily getting lucky. He's getting some good hands, but he is playing very solidly. I don't see him giving up these chips unless there's something catastrophic that happens. We'll just have to wait and see. That's how this game is. It's up and down, up and down. But Neil's going to raise it up to 15, and now James gets the 9s.
You guys play, you can't.
Anastasia behind with 5s as well. She's probably going to be enticed to a call if James just calls. It's not.
Nope, there's a raise from James up to 55. Anastasia now with pocket 5s.
Almost has to call out a precedent, right?
Yeah, speak of the speed limit. Bet is 55. The speed limit. She's got the speed limit. She's reaching for the calling chips.
She's going to come along.
Okay, we know this. We're not sure if he'll catch on that, but Joe basically went out to eat and had pocket jacks.
Oh.
Yep.
Right after the felt.
Right after being felt.
Yeah,
right
or
after
taking
the,
it. Yeah, taking
the
a
beat.
And look at this. Anastasia's going to flop the set of 5s there, Vic. Made the call with the $55 raise with the pocket 5s.
75.
She's going to waste no time here.
She does not want anybody hitting that straight draw. She doesn't want anybody
hearts,
hitting those
yeah.
hearts.
Let's leave that right there, guys.
She's going all in. Anthony gives her a little grin.
A little chuckle there.
Yep. We know that,
71.
and this is after James put a bet out because it's really a pretty good flop for pocket 9s.
I would have told you.
Anthony and Neil fold, and James is going to fold.
Very nice. I did first turned over set.
And she's going to show the set. She doesn't have to. The no-knit game right now, the no-knit yellow chip game is over with for a while.
And Vic, that's exactly the type of play that we were talking about a little bit earlier. She has no problem picking up $150 pots.
Yep.
You know, I don't want to say small, but adequate size pots to her. She doesn't
Right.
need the $600 pots. She's completely fine with that, and you can see she's built that right up to about $1,000
Right to
stack.
$1,000. So she's basically doubled up from her $500 buy-in so far with another hour to go in this live stream, a little less than an hour. There's a good chance they'll continue to go and play cash here after we close things with the live stream.
If it's any consolation, I hope Fearless Joe is enjoying that slice of pizza. I hope it's some of the best pizza.
10.
Anthony now close to 2,000. Darren, Brett, Anastasia up at or around 1,000. Bill's been quiet, but of course Bill had a couple of big hands.
Yeah.
And so he's close to 1,000 after his $500 buy-in, and now Darren picks up pocket 8s. Motor City Darren, we have his clothing line here in the poker room for sale, as well as Mud Made, and then of course our own clothing line.
Yeah, it was weird to see there, Pat, no value. She
Yeah.
just wanted the value that was in the pot. That's kind of a part of Anastasia's play. She's completely content with winning whatever's in the middle. She does not need to go overboard. She's all about bringing some sort of chips into her stack, whether it's 50 or 500. She does not care.
I almost could, but I can't.
Well, an interesting flop here for Bob and a,
Yeah.
a great one.
Darren's still ahead with his pocket eights, but my goodness. And man, now the ace, and then it checked it around. So now Brett and Bill might be betting into this. Bill reaching for chips
Wow.
with his ace-5.
Pretty wet board, though.
And Darren is going to come out with his pocket eights and make a bet.
45.
MGM Bob. Let's see how sneaky he can be.
Yeah, he's got the flush locked up already. He's drawn to a royal.
He's drawing to a royal flush. And he's going to make this call at 45.
Yeah, I like it. He's got position on everybody. He can see what everybody does on the river.
And if Brett or Bill decide to get a little froggy here, Brett's going to make the call, and Bill's going to get out of the way. And we're going to go 300 into the river.
4 changes nothing.
No, but boy, that could have been, if that was a 5 for Brett,
yeah.
that could have been very costly. Here, I think he might be able to check that and then get away from it.
I think Darren also checked as well.
Yes,
over
he
to
did. So Bob's reaching for chips, getting some value here. 125, it looks like.
It is the bet. Oh, it looks like a black chip. 200 is
200,
what he's throwing
okay.
out there, yeah.
All right.
He wants max value.
So a question about when the tournament might end tomorrow night. I'm looking at this to be probably a 9 to 10 hour tournament.
I would say if you're in the running, plan for 2 a.m. If you're making it deep,
Yeah.
is that safe?
Yeah, maybe 10 hours is pretty conservative. It could be closer to 12 hours, 12-hour tournament.
We'll
tomorrow.
see. It's
We'll see.
you know, 20-minute levels. It is a freeze out. I suspect it should be wrapped up with by 2 o'clock. I would presume, but I could be wrong. Wizard's usually pretty good at planning those things out. Wizard, what are you thinking?
Question, Wizard, was tomorrow night's tournament, how long do we think that tournament will last right to the end?
And on the button.
So I think the tournament.
No.
And now the Wizard's taking a break, having pizza, I think. So
Yeah.
I'm going to go with 10 to 11 hours. We're starting it at 1 o'clock. So the
Oh, tomorrow. I was thinking
tomorrow.
Mondays, yeah.
Tomorrow the
I was-
freeze out.
Yep,
Yep. And
If so, is that the table?
yeah, that I do suspect will be.
trying to remember the last one where Bongo took second, and I was commentating.
That went late. I feel like.
That did go late.
I
I think
wanna
it went
say-
till 1 or 2 o'clock in the
Yeah.
morning.
I would.
And I'm you know, not speaking out of turn. I think we got to a final table and final 3 or 4 people, and there were not very aggressive players. And so we saw a lot of check, bet, fold, check, bet, fold, check, bet, fold, that kind of thing going on.
It's hard to say, but I would think about 2 o'clock would be the safe bet. But again, if you've made it that long, there's a good chance that you're looking at some decent money.
Terry K is watching. We got to just thank Terry again for bringing that crew in that he brought in Thursday night for our No Nit show. It was his poker league that they've been running for about 20 years, and they just had a whole lot of fun towards the end. Then
absolutely want to see those guys back. That was a fun game.
absolutely, that was so fun to call. I know they all had a lot of fun. Terry came in for the interview there at the end. Couldn't say enough about how much he and his gang really appreciated it. And basically, this is something anybody could contact us to do. Terry, reached out to Marissa like a month or so ahead of time, maybe a couple months, and said, hey, I got my buddies. We want to come in, and we all want to be a part of that. And we wound up having 19 players in here for that No Nit Thursday, 9 players on the main table and 10 on the feeder table. 90% of those being from Terry's group. So if that's something you're interested, you got 10, 12, 15 people that want to kind of mix it up with each other in a cash game.
Absolutely, and you want that action broadcasted. The reserve is your spot. Kind of think of it as a little banquet room, if you will, to play cards in and have it broadcasted. Have the viewers at home watch you guys play, watch the banter.
Yep, so after that tournament tomorrow night, with your drive back to East Detroit, you know, by yourself, might be a time for you to bring somebody with you for that tournament tomorrow, particularly if you run deep, and or then you jump into a cash game here or into a satellite.
And if you go the distance,
we want you to be safe. We want you to come and enjoy this tournament, but we don't want you to take any risks, right?
You know, if we go the distance, maybe we just take a personal day Monday. You know, we can always go that route, take a personal day, and next thing you know, you find yourself in the $100 freeze out.
Would you consider that Sicilian? Salute.
Sicilian's a little thinner, isn't it?
$10
Getting the geometrics on some pizza in there.
I do it for your
We can do it. Yeah. I got a $20 restrict.
Absolutely, Terry. I hope that's kind of a new thing that we see. Players wanting to rent out the room for a night or so. I think it's a fantastic idea. All right, over to Anthony, who's been kind of in charge throughout the night.
Yeah, he has.
Like, oh, this guy, come on!
Did have a $10 straddle.
Joe.
Anastasia re-straddled to 20, so Anthony just called the re-straddle. Now over to Wild Bill.
Wild Bill here.
125.
He's saying enough's enough.
Should've let me make a set.
Bump it up. Tony says sleep in the parking lot. I think he's probably referring to running out to the car to take a nap.
A little siesta.
I did that to prove a point. I proved it to the wrong person.
Yeah, Terry, you didn't really have a lot of spots. You did pick up 5-3 a couple of times, which was
So now you're gonna straddle
nice to see. It was kind of fun to watch the table kind of pick up on it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I think he's got 5-3.
Thank you.
I hadn't even looked at my card yet.
Cost me $20 to mess around with you.
Sorry.
There's our chip stacks. Yeah, Anthony almost at 2,000. He's at 1.7. Darren still over 1,000. He's got 1,100. Anastasia, she's still got her stack.
Face card.
Yeah, I wish I had two cards as big as yours.
Ace of spades, ace of clubs, his first brand card.
I had the dirty diaper.
So Cody, quite often when somebody's referring to a value bet, they're basically betting because they want more money in the pot. Either that they believe they're ahead, they don't want to force people out, and so they want more money in the pot when eventually they take it down. And so they're betting for value. Hope that answers your question. Now a raise up here.
James gonna bump it up. Yeah, go 120 to go. Anastasia's gonna get out of the way.
Bill had the ace-king last time.
MGM Bob's gonna throw it away. Anthony's getting out of the way. Darren has no choice now. He's got to fold. And just like that.
Oh, and this time he's going to show. Shows the ace-king. Anthony now still in the lead, chip count-wise here.
Yeah, I think we'll the club will start seeing quite a bit more of Anthony. He likes to play 2-5. He likes the little bit bigger games. He's doing very well here at the 1-3. Played one other time about a month ago. He's been on the road. He said him and his brother and one of his buddies, they had an RV and drove across the country and played poker in 28 states, he said.
Oh, cool.
Now he's kind of settled back in a little bit, and he's
And we've got a button straddle here of 10. Anastasia gets out of the way. James folded pocket 2s there.
he did get out of the way with
Some people
deuces.
get a little, what would you say, not superstitious, but just they find hands that they absolutely do not like to play.
Yeah.
Pocket 2s oftentimes fall into that category for a small pair like that, particularly when you're in the small blind. And now we've got a raise up to 35 and a call. Heads up going into this.
Paul, tomorrow we will not run any cash games because all tables, it'll be all hands on deck for the free roll. So rather than open up a table to collapse it within 45 minutes, it'll just be all tournaments from the start until we start collapsing the tournament. And then I suspect we'll start seeing some cash games pop up as the tournament starts to break down.
And I had somebody
Just creates a weird dynamic. Like I'm stuck. I'd love to have more.
And we're coming up about 35 minutes here left in our show tonight. We want to thank everybody for joining us. This has been the regular Joe Poker Show, a staple for us on Saturday nights. Fearless Joe now, pocket 8's, going to raise to 10 under the gun. Coming back around to Anastasia with 6-5. She's going to complete and make it and try to get into this hand. And the thinker, who's really opened up his range, he makes the call. So now we're 5-handed going into the flop.
King 3-4. Anastasia here. An open-ended straight draw. And really,
So as the computer calculates this, have her in the lead. However, Fearless Joe's in the lead with his pocket 8's.
yeah, we know Joe's 8s are best.
Oh, and he lets it go. So Anastasia bets 60 on her open-ended,
This is going to be that image
taking
coming in.
advantage of
Yeah.
her image, right?
Showing that set of 5s.
Yeah.
Kind of, you know, when she went all in with that set of 5s, people kind of smirked and chuckled, and I think it's gotten her a little bit of respect afterwards.
I think
You know,
so,
she
too.
Threw out 60. She got a pair of 8s to fold.
Yeah, I'll take one.
Cold beer?
I'll catch.
Well, I just don't want to get any, but. And I,
Here it is, Vic. Anastasia's handing out the gum. See, she's setting the trap now.
You
She's
talked about
setting-
this the other night.
Be weary of the person handing out mints, gums, candy at the table.
That's so funny that happens.
See what she did there? She won a couple of big pots. And
Yeah.
oh, you guys want some gum?
Right, right.
I'm on to ya.
Yeah. So Brian's theory is that you got to be weary of the person that's handing out the mints or the gum. That they're just trying to get you on your good side, so they can set you up for something else.
Yeah. We can throw
Yep.
up the graphic on the V-pips if you want. As soon as Tyler gets a break back there.
Darren and Anastasia each hit their ace. MGM Bob.
I feel like Anastasia's going to try to open it up here for this last hour. She just handed out the gum. She's locked in.
She is.
And look at this.
So Bob's going to bet that out with a second pair and a queen kicker. And the deuce isn't going to be a help to anybody, really.
You know, we call that a blank here.
And Anastasia's got the check mark. Let's see if
Yeah, if she can make it to showdown, she's going to scoop another pot. last place Bob is going to fire out into this first.
Darren now with the ace, but the 6 kicker. Motor City Darren.
If Darren makes a move here, I think Anastasia folds.
But he does just call, I think.
Now she's getting the right odds. You've got to throw it in.
Oh.
Unbelievable.
Oh, Anastasia. And she's going to be kicking herself.
Yeah, she's going to. She realized it instantly.
I have
She just didn't like her kicker, and as it
Didn't like
turns
it,
out,
yeah.
her kicker was stronger than the other.
Now, Vic, one thing that players might ask, well, she just might not have had a good kicker, but it's called odds. She was getting the right odds. It was $40 in the middle, or $40 to call.
Yeah, I'd like you to talk about that for a minute.
Yeah,
It's important to have that calculation going on in your head, right?
Absolutely, yeah. You got to think about, all right, she's got to put in $40 more into the pot to potentially win 300. That's called pot odds. Anastasia is getting the right odds to make that call. It's just $40 more, and she could potentially win 300. She's getting, 4-1 on her money. Always want to throw that call in when you're getting odds like that.
Yeah.
I don't want to say always, but with that strong of a hand, you had top pair.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, neither player raised. Bob just let out. Darren just called.
Probably blind called or something.
First link we've had in an underrated
Very
spot.
confused.
Well, and that wasn't the least of her mistakes in my mind. Is that on the turn she missed an opportunity
absolutely.
to bet.
Yep, that's what another. I think Pat's kind of chiming in there as well.
Yeah.
She should have bet in late position, played that hand too passive, and I agree, Pat. If she throws out a bet there on the turn, kind of wakes up the players as to where she's at.
I just want to get up in there for the bad beat, No.
Oh, okay. I'm not betting before,
Yep, and Terry brings up another good point. She's last to act when she's making that call, so
Yeah.
nobody else can force her to put more in if she just calls. It'll just be the 40 and done.
Mm-hmm. And she's had a good night so far. She's could have afforded that. So she's going to look back at that hand as well as a couple others. And
Yep, we talk about that, Vic. You don't necessarily remember the great plays, but you will remember the missteps.
Yeah.
You can see it in her face now. She's over there thinking about stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
It's all right, Anastasia. You're playing a solid game tonight. Don't let that hand determine your night.
Absolutely. So kind of a crazy flop here with some crazy hands. MGM Bob raised this up with Queen 10 offsuit, and he's basically in the lead right now.
With Queen high and a gut shot.
Got a gut shot.
And he's betting out 150 into that board.
And quite a bit of junk here behind him, so an easy way to take down that pot, even though didn't have much of a hand. He's going to show it.
Atta babe, Bob. There you go. Yeah, you could kind of see it. That hand's still eating at Anastasia a little bit. She's wincing.
Yeah, so Wizard, if you're back there again before we can close out, if we could take a look at tonight's VPIP, we'd greatly appreciate it. We've had a request for that. We're going to see probably our VPIP leader to be, and here it is. There's our VPIP, Anthony, followed by Brett and Neil, and down there at the low end is James, Bill, and Fearless Joe. So this is our VPIP for the night.
As far as VPIPs go, though, Vic, those are still pretty significant VPIPs.
Yes.
Again, Anthony, you can kind of see it reflected in his chip stack. He's at 48%, and he's in a commanding chip lead. He's at almost $2,000 in front of him. Again, buying is $500. Again, that VPIP stands for voluntary put in pot. How often are these players reaching into their own stacks and putting money into the pot that is not considered a blind?
You awake back there?
So if I'm going to use the analogy of taking your temperature, and 98.6 is supposed to be kind of normal.
Right.
In a VPIP situation, you want to be around 30, 32%.
I think that's what they say. Yep,
Okay.
about 30% of your hands you should be. hopping in there.
Yeah, Terry, nobody over 50%, and certainly unlike our Tuesday night where we don't have any 70%ers or 80%ers. As you noticed, you know, between 45 and 35% was really the bulk of the players here tonight.
And
Nobody really getting too crazy.
Big hand alert again. Anastasia's got the kings. Darren's going to give her the respect. Look at this. Darren's dialed in on her. He's got her number.
Did she show those kings?
He did.
She did. Okay.
Garrett, if you do have interest in playing on one of these streams, Tuesday, again, none of the cash game streams will be going on next week. It'll be all tournaments that we're streaming. But starting that first week of August, or starting back up, I should say, Tuesdays are 2-5, which really turns into a 5-5 game. Thursdays are the 1-3 Action Factory, no knit Thursdays. That's a 1-3, 2 to 500 buy-in. And then on Saturdays as well is the regular Joe game that we have going on now, which also is 1 to 300 or 1 to 500. I'm sorry. And any interest in any of those, you just reach out to the club via Facebook or a phone call. Let them know what game you are interested in. Tell them you want to get on the list, what date you can make it out, and we'll glad you pencil you in.
All right, now we're going to go four-handed into this flop. We got Danielson here at the helm.
There it is for Bill.
Kaboom for Bill.
Again, it's always a bummer, though, when you're in this spot such as Bill. He's got an absolute monster, but he doesn't even have anything that anybody can get.
Now, Darren with the club draw is going to throw a bet out there.
Absolutely, Garrett.
Anastasia is going to make the call with her club draw.
Uh-oh.
Everybody's, Bill's quiet checks here to set this up now.
And it's... He checked one more time, and he's got it.
And Bill realizing that, and we talked about value betting here, but Bill realizing that if he puts a bet out, he's likely not going to get any callers.
The only thing that calls you is the hand that beats you. He's got what's called showdown value, so he has no problem taking his hand to showdown, scooping up what's in the middle. Garrett, that'd be outstanding. Again, that 2-5, it does play. It plays pretty wild. They eventually turned it into a 5-5 with a $10 mandatory straddle. So it really plays pretty large, but man, is it a lot of fun. Great group of guys that play that game. A lot of action.
And Pat, I appreciate the comment on our knowledge of poker here. I know Brian, his resume speaks long and large in terms of being in casinos and organized poker. I've mostly been a home game kind of guy my entire 25 years of playing No Limit Hold'em, but I just want to add to that the reason I love this game is that you just don't stop learning.
It never stops. It never stops learning. Never stops growing. What was the right way to do something 10 years ago is no longer the right way to do it. And again, Vic, only being 34, I started playing this at 14, so I've got almost 20 years under my belt as well.
Yeah.
I was, lived out in the country, so Dad would let me take the vehicle to play some home games at 15 years old. He would take the truck, go for it.
Was that a stick shift?
It was not.
Okay.
I learned that when he was not around. I learned that in the Jeep.
All right. Question about the buy-in, max buy-in for the 2-5, I believe, is 1,500.
1,500 to start, and then it's a match stack. And I would say 90% of the players are matching stacks if they get the opportunity.
5 calls, 6.
All right, into this congested hand here.
Yeah. Well.
There we go, kicking some players out. Anthony's got the best of it with a pair of kings. Bob folded his 9-8. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is right.
Sneaky 2-pair there. This is going to slow both players down, though, as it brings in a 4-carder.
Brett's kind of wondering if he let the door open here by checking. that 2 pair, but now he is going to bet it. And Anthony is not going to make the curiosity call.
Oh, yeah.
One made up wrong.
And it's starting to loosen up, as we said. These players aren't that familiar with each other. We've seen not as much banter as we might see typically, which is just fine. But these players have now come to know each other a little bit more. And the conversation's opening up a little bit, as well as the ranges.
Yeah, it's pretty wild what a camera will do to some of these players. It kind of stops them in their tracks a little bit, because by the time we go out there and the camera's off, the atmosphere's like a regular home game. Everybody's jawing, everybody's gabbing, but this it could be a little intimidating. You got, at any given time, you could have hundreds of viewers watching, and this is going to be on the internet forever, so players don't want to make big mistakes, goofy mistakes. All right, get some rest, Terry, and thanks for helping us out. We will see you in the Mignano.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, buddy. Terry is somebody that comes in to help us during these big events to deal. Sometimes he just comes in and helps us hand out waters and take out trash.
Absolutely.
We really appreciate it, Terry.
All right, Neil's got the mystery hand over there.
All right, that one time.
Bob showed King High, which I don't know what Neil had, but it was not good enough to beat him.
Like to put Brett in tough spots when I play. I don't care if I win. You run it all off on the river when you have nothing. Remember when you
He
jammed?
does that all the
I had
time.
the nuts.
He does it with me.
Remember when you jammed into my clubs?
Yeah, I don't think this game is ending at 10 p.m. I think they're going to play into the evening. Again, we still got single table satellites going, $35 buy-ins, giving away 2 seats into the $100K main event, $140 buy-in. Any interest in those, reach out to the club via Facebook Messenger or call in. See if we got any more of those starting, as well as a 1-1 cash game. We've had people express some interest in that. That's a $40 to $100 buy-in.
You didn't straddle, though.
Friendliest game in town.
With a straight flush, you can go there and nut flush, and then you, so I already have the iron
Well,
with a straight flush sitting on the board.
guys can turn.
He probably could have got away with that, Pat, but Neil's battling back. I think he's on buy-in number 3, so he's really got to pick his spots wisely and try to not further the damage, if you will.
So we've got 6-handed now going into this flop.
Really,
James raised it up with the pocket 4s. And Neil's going to hit the best of this with his ace-5. It's going to go check around.
Quick checks all the way around.
And now the 3rd club.
And yeah, Neil's going to take
Neil's
the
going to go all in.
Yep, like this play from Neil.
And there's really not much else anybody's got in common with this strongly with this flop and the turn. So Darren shows the 7 and gets out of there.
And Neil's going to show him the 6 of clubs.
Yeah, yeah.
Or 5 of clubs, I'm sorry. Again, this has been a great table. Nobody's getting up. Nobody's smoking 47 cigarettes throughout the stream. It's been a action-packed full stream, and I love to see that. Appreciate when the players do that. It's great for the viewers. It's great for everybody involved.
Depends when it started. We start thinking.
You guys want to do another one more? Is there anybody that's going to play after?
I am, but I can play a little bit.
I am not.
Oh, I'm surprised at Bill saying that he's not going to play.
Everyone wants to get that rest for that free roll tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm
it could
telling
be.
you.
Well, Anastasia's got a good excuse. She's got to make all those cookies tomorrow.
If she does, I'm hoping so.
That's that's certainly one that the principal can sign off on.
Yeah.
Giving her a pass to get out of there.
Excuse, yep.
Yep, good excuse.
We'll allow it. We'll stamp it. We'll sign it.
Hey, Derek, how you doing? Thanks for joining us. We've got about 15, 20 minutes left of our live stream here tonight. This has been the regular Joe Poker Show, a staple for us here on Saturday nights at the Reserve Poker Club, 5105 Glendale Avenue in Toledo, Ohio. And while we're all going to want to get some rest here coming up to the opening of our summer series tomorrow, we're still very juiced about it. I mean, this is going to be an exciting week. Going to be a hard week work-wise, and that's fine. But tomorrow at 11:30, the doors will open up for a 1 o'clock free roll, and here's 4 players going into this flop.
Darren gonna flop a set of 8s.
Let's see if he can disguise this and hope that the
Anthony with with a pair of queens, top pair. This is gonna be a clash of the Titans type of situation here. I think these are both very strong players, and both are not gonna want to back down.
and they both have good stacks.
Yep, we could see fireworks here at the end, guys.
And a $100 bet from Anthony with a smooth call from Darren.
3 comes in pretty safe if you're Anthony.
I don't have a partner for Tuesday night.
Daniel said something about,
Me and John already partnered.
He would never partner with me.
What's the rules on the partner?
Just because I know I'll
I don't think he would have one.
me and George
Two
take
separate
that.
tournaments.
Who finishes the
Oh,
deepest?
wait, yes. I thought after like
Separate
the,
prize pools. 155. You switch every level.
So a bet here, I thought I heard 155.
That is the correct bet. Yep, 150. And a quick call there from
Yeah,
Anthony.
I like this bet.
You switch tournaments every level.
oh,
So if you're busted out of one,
River comes out.
Another
Pairs the
3.
board of 3. Gonna lock it up for Darren. Anthony did check it over to Darren.
that's interesting.
Now Darren's gonna think. Maxed value. What are you betting here if you're Darren?
Well, the last bet was 155. It seems like 2 1/4
That's what. Yep, 225 is where I'm at, Vic. Absolutely.
would
Throwing up
be a good bet.
just to get the.
You want Darren, you want Anthony calling.
Darren's gonna go just under that. Oh no, I think he's got a black chip in there.
335.
335.
Yeah, he
All right.
wants the Maximus valuous, as they say.
Yeah, the Roman version of this game.
Yeah.
How much you got behind?
Ooh, and Anthony asking the almighty question: how much are you playing behind?
Closer to 4.
Oh, my bad. I didn't let him.
Garrett says he would have bet 480.
And Garrett, that's why you're on the sidelines. Just kidding, Garrett. That would have been a massive bet.
It
That's
would have been like,
over half pot for sure.
and in a way, it would have conveyed a message of trying to get the opponent to go away.
Yeah.
There is some merit there of
Garrett-
overbetting this pot.
Garrett's a very strong tournament player. He makes a lot
Yes,
of
he
deep
is.
runs playing online.
Yeah.
Looks like Anthony's going to get rid of this. He is.
And
Yeah, no,
it's
I mean, that was gonna cost.
No, that's like that's what I'm talking about.
that's a pretty good read there from
Yeah.
Anthony.
Yeah.
Being able to let go of that top pair.
Do you need some? Well, all I had was 5.
That's good.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
And if you're just joining us, maybe for the first time, and you're wondering what those chip values, I think pretty simple explanation that the white is 1 and the red is 5. Green is 25 and the black is 100. What you're seeing in the blue chips, those are called dealer appreciation chips, and that's how our dealers here get their tips. There was also a $5 dealer appreciation tip
For a while. I'll let you. A week.
that was just pushed towards Daniel to go into the pot, go into the box. When we get into our higher games, then we have, what color is that, pink? Our $500?
Yeah.
I'm color challenged, you know.
Pink,
So
purple,
purple, pink, salmon, I don't know.
fuchsia. I'm not sure. All right, James is going to take charge here and bump it up to 35 with ace-queen suited. Thinker's coming along, and Darren's going to also make the call with king-queen. Neil's left with no choice. has to hop in there with the 9-7.
So yeah, Garrett, Neil has been stuck. The Thinker has been stuck tonight. Joe has taken some hits. Anastasia, who just grabbed her stack to leave so she can go home and make cookies for us all tomorrow.
Oh no, she's
She had a good night. I think she just racked them up.
Maybe she did.
But she had a good night. She doubled up.
Because she
Or
did
close to
mention that
double
she
up.
was going to play a little bit after the stream. Yes, she's still got her.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
No, sorry about that. But yeah, she's doubled up tonight. Now we're heads up. 8s again here in play, but we got King, Queen, Queen, Jack. Thinker under the gun is going to check. Motor City Darren. And if I, for fear of repeating myself, we have a bunch of Motor City clothing here.
Yeah, wonderful product he's got.
Now here comes a rag on the river.
Let's see if Josh tries to take this pot the only way that he can, and that's with a bluff bet. He's going to try it.
He's going to try it, and it might be enough for the size of this pot.
Darren quickly called.
Quick call. Wow, and this is...
Darren is tough, guys.
yeah, Garrett, this is kind of how it's been going for the Thinker tonight.
Yeah, Josh
It's been a tough night.
Yep, second best, always just getting pipped.
And one of the things that Brian and I noticed about the Thinker's game tonight is that as things started to get tough, he really started to open up his range and kind of his bluffing range as well. And unfortunately, that didn't pay off for him.
It did not bode well for him. No, it's kind of see where the what's the word I'm looking for? Attitude of Darren and Anthony, slow and steady aggression, has kind of been the key here, and you can kind of see it reflect in their stack sizes.
Yeah. 3 minutes ago, he said, I heard you. I need 20 in red and 20 in blue chip. I think 4 raised to 15.
So Daniel is not talking to himself, although it may sound like he is. He's got the headset on, and he's communicating with Tyler and the Wizard in the booth here. Needs here. So if a player calls for more chips, a player calls for more blue chips, Daniel's able to communicate that to the booth. And we've got some radios going on. Somebody in the booth radios the cage. And whoever's working the floor, sometimes it's you, Brian, sometimes it's me. Tonight it's Jonathan.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts to keep this stream running.
Yes, there really is.
And it looks like Neil's going to pick a spot here to go all in. He's got the pocket 8s.
8s, 8s, 8s. 3 hands in a row showed up there somehow.
And uh-oh, look at here. Anastasia with another big pair. Pocket queens. How is she going to play this?
Second time she's had queens tonight, or third time?
I think it's the third time.
Third time she's had these queens.
How are you playing this year, Vic? Are you trying to thin the herd a little bit?
Yes, that's my style of play.
Yeah, because you figure if you
I'm
just
going to go all in on top of his all in. I want everybody else to get out of the hand.
She's going to throw out a similar type of
similar
bet
type
there.
bet. Yep.
Probably going to get the same effect. Brett could come over the top though. Brett does not like to fold ace-king.
No.
And he worked so hard to get that buy-in back. When you go from being down 500 and now you're looking at he could end this session down $30.
Yeah.
It's huge. If he makes this call.
And here's the difference, I think, within the table presence. Let's say in this case it was MGM Bob that just made that big bet. I think that impacts Brett in such a way. Brett's going to consider like going all in. Anastasia, on the other hand,
right?
He may think he's already behind.
He could absolutely think that I'm at best I am flipping. At best I'm 50-50.
Yeah.
Because she could easily have aces or kings here, which would just have him absolutely crippled. Or he could be thinking maybe she has the same hand. He's thinking about it.
He is thinking about it, and Brett has had a tough night. He came pretty close at that 968 level to get back up to being even. And
he's got himself in a huge spot here. Quite the sticky wicket. Neil went all in for 166. He's got pocket eights. Anastasia came back over the top, making it 501 to go. She's got pocket queens. We could see a $2,000 pot here, Vic.
I'm all into.
He's
Yep.
all in. Wow.
Yep.
And Anastasia has to call now, right? She can't bet the 500 and fold.
well, no, she can't. But
Yeah, she's gonna call. Okay,
yeah.
thank goodness.
Yeah. And there, you got the reaction there from the other players who thought that she was considering folding,
Yeah.
and they were thinking the same thing. It's like, what are you thinking about? Regardless of what you got, you're already pot committed here.
Zerd T, we do not have that yet. I can tell you right now, OG is at the top of that chart as far as cumulative winnings.
For the night, we do have
Yeah,
that.
for the night we do. Yep.
But not for the history of the.
And what a spot here! Somebody is going to go home in heartbreak, and somebody's going to go home in a new jet. Daniel doing a wonderful job making this pot right.
I'm just sick right now.
We're getting max value, entertainment value here in this view.
I said
Thanks
it,
to
Vic,
Daniel.
we might see a $2,000 pot, and we have it here
No.
in the 1-3 regular
Eddie,
Joe Poker Show.
you have cards.
He's all in.
There
So
you
the
go.
main pot.
This is the main pot, this is between you two.
All right, Daniel calling the ways, calling the shots. Oh, there's the king.
Wow.
And ace
So-
king of Brett is going to scoop it all.
Yeah, big hit here for Anastasia, who played really
Played-
strong
yeah,
all night.
Played great all night.
Was able to get her in a position of being doubled up. And you called it early on when Brett got stuck. He got felted. You said this is a guy that can get it back, and he has.
He almost talked himself out.
He has
You
got
don't
it
do that
back.
with queens.
Wow, very unfortunate there for
Bill
Anastasia.
appropriately points out that Brett just about talked himself out of it. Nice tip there. Thank you very much. That does not go unnoticed.
I think you black all the ones.
So that's poker. I mean, that's the ups and downs and the of it that she's expressing right now.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate for her. Like you said, Vic, she played solid poker all night.
And there was only a couple more hands left
I
here,
kind of want to strangle you on television.
but she is gonna. She's grabbing her purse. Looks like she's gonna re-up here.
I still love you.
And a friendly compliment. I still love you. So she does have a good attitude about this game. She comes in and plays tournaments quite on a regular basis, and she's fun to have in the room.
Absolutely. I don't think so, Cody. I think the raise was very adequate. She was just trying to get it, the field thinned down a little bit,
Yeah.
and I think the 500's great. I mean, she might have figured it out where she was if she, raises it to 400 or something, 350. But again, Neil was the initial raiser. He went all in for, I think he had like 166.
No, Brett raised it up to 50.
Oh,
He
yeah,
was the
Brett-
three better.
and then Neil, then Neil went all in.
Yeah.
So if she was gonna raise, she had to do something pretty substantial.
Yeah. And then one guy. You get shitty cards.
I'm sorry, is that on me?
One of the things I was going to comment about with Brett while he was thinking about it is this is a situational game. This is really every situation, every hand is different. And one of the things that you can make a mistake with is you think to yourself, whether you're up or down, you're thinking about your chips and you're not thinking about the hand at that moment, who you're playing and what's at stake. And too often a poker player, and myself included, I'll look down and go, oh, you know, I'm stuck, and that might lead to a, oh, what the hell kind of call.
Yep.
And that's not always a good path
Yeah, it's
to
not
take.
always the profitable path. But you saw there, maybe it was a type of situation where Brett thought, I think this is my best chance to make some good money tonight. It's
Yeah.
a huge spot. I could be flipping. And a flop here, the thinker was hoping somebody would catch up.
Yeah. He flops a full house and just has to sit there and hope that somebody takes a run at it.
He's going to fire out 75.
He wants to try to get some money back into that pot, even if it's own.
He did get one caller, I
He
think.
did, yep.
Just goes to show you can get everything right. I don't even know if that was right.
And so now a pot here for the thinker, much needed.
You wouldn't have lost as much if you didn't call. I know you're trying to isolate it. Did you try flat call?
And that is the beauty / demise of No Limit Poker, Vic.
Yeah.
You can lose everything in front of you at the blink of an eye.
Right.
Because when he shoves and then you come
And Brett was the first one felted here tonight, the
Yep.
first one to lose $500.
And here he is.
And now he's up $1,600 for the night so far. I'm sorry, up 1,100.
Right.
I'm not saying it's old. I mean, like, she's committed. Yeah, when you're committed, but I'm just saying, like,
Put your whole face back in here.
Why someone?
Show me aces on the field.
Gotcha.
Ball and pin.
I'd like to see the hand replayed non-biased if she just called his own in. But on the
What
other
does he
side, I
do?
don't think I raised 500 with beans, though. You see the flop?
Right, but you just, I think you'd have just went on 160. I don't think you'd come over the top with the 18.
Yeah, it seems to be like the conversation is if she made the right raise, if she should have just flatted. But I'm going to stick behind her. I think the raise is absolutely needed there. You don't want to go, drag along that many players with you into that type of hand.
Right, you were just trying to get
65 in the back, 65.
reasonable.
It also looks like an isolation.
The other thing to consider is the king came on the flop, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
So even if this gets to a raise and a call, and they still have chips in front of them, the flop comes, there's a good chance. I don't know. She might have lost less.
She flats
Would
him.
be the only 20/20 vision call you could try to make on that. But because maybe she gets away from the hand
Once she sees the king
once
on the
she
flop.
sees the
yeah.
king, but now all her money's in the pot. Very situational. Very easy for us sitting here. We see the cards, and easier to look back and do the what ifs. Now we're going four-handed into this flop. Got Anthony, Brett, Neil, and the thinker
I can't
Thinker
lie, I use that.
on the
Yeah.
button.
Like,
Brent's saying it was 166 to call. If she sees a flop, she can get away from it.
No, that's good that he
Trent's watching. Hey, buddy.
wouldn't do that with pocket sixes.
And I'm going to do a bunch of Jamal thumbs up here as we come to the end of our live stream for tonight.
He's got
Could have been protecting her jam.
way in front, right? Right, when we got
And we again want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. Now we're heads up. Anthony with heart draw and strongly in the lead with his queen jack. And a check.
Harmless deuce.
A rag of a card, a ragamuffin of a card. Anthony putting out pretty strong bet here.
There's that aggression from Anthony. Green
Yeah.
chips in the pot.
little did he know it really wasn't necessary. He could have put $20 out there, and I
Yeah.
think the thinker wasn't making a call.
He would have got away. Yep.
Yeah. Daniel Myers watching again. Daniel, when are we going to see you this week? Are you coming tomorrow? Have you picked a tournament, or are we going to see you every day?
Every day.
Every day. We want Daniel. We want Daniel.
Hey, boss, one bomb pot at the end, the last hand bomb pot.
Alright, make this a bomb pot, guys.
Next one or this one?
This one.
Make this the bomb pot, says the
This
Wizard.
one. This
They
one's gonna
want
be
to.
a
They want to do a
They
bomb
want a
pot,
bomb pot.
and the Wizard would rather that it be.
There's gonna be a single board.
So everybody's going to put
Single board, pot limit, Omaha.
$10.
Sorry about that, guys.
Start with a pot of $100.
You guys just made the call.
Everybody's going to get. Daniel does what he's told.
He does. He's very good at doing what he's asked. They said bomb pot, so he just kept right on going. 4 cards to everybody. Bomb pot, you got it.
Daniel's coming in Monday for the $100 freeze out Monday night. That starts at 5 o'clock. Daniel, doors are going to open up at 3:30.
Sorry, I'm not used to this.
Let's see here. 9-9-7 flop.
Couple of hearts.
First 2 players have gotten all black cards.
Doors open at 4, I'm told. I'm sorry. Not 3:30. 4
Uh,
o'clock.
Garrett, we can't run double board with 10 players. We run our 1-3 game stream 10-handed and can't do double board with 10 players.
Check the room.
Yeah.
Probably kept them in.
All right, now let's see if we can. I spy a full house, Vic.
I got to lean in and figure out where that is.
Yeah, well, I don't see it yet, but I'm looking. James has got a 9.
Bomb pot forced all the action.
7x6.
Whose idea was it?
And I think James has got a 9. I think that is it. Couple of heart draws, but again, board is paired, so that kind of shuts those down.
They could have put 3 boards and I wouldn't have had nothing.
Wait, Darren. Darren filled up here. Darren does have a full house. 3's full of 9s. I spotted it.
Yep. You sniffed it out.
Here we go. Now we're getting into a little bit better font size.
Everybody's signing out of the live thing now. Fuck this.
Oh.
Everybody's like, fuck this.
And is that a wrap for Brett? No.
If they don't want to see the bomb pot.
Now someone's got quiet.
We could end up
Straight flush draw.
Harmless Deuce gonna lock it up for Darren. He's got 3's full of 9s.
Are we going to play another 1 more hour or 45 minutes?
I'm here.
Is anybody leaving?
1 second.
I'm in.
Hang on, they're in the hand.
Bob wants to know, are we still
I want to
playing?
know. And Anastasia's like, just cool your jets.
Yeah, we'll discuss.
We'll
Yep,
discuss this when we aren't interrupting these.
players for potentially a big pot here.
Yeah.
I'm Brett. Oh, you're good.
Not me check. Oh, sorry.
Check.
I
I
check
missed
out.
everything. I got a 7
Oh.
full house. I figured
Yeah, Darren gonna lock this up, and what a night for him. He's over the 2K mark, as well as Brett. Brett finished over the 2K mark. So I think that's gonna wrap it up here for the 1-3.
It is. And so go to thereservepokerclub.com, and that'll show you, it's very well updated with what our tournaments are coming up, and so that you can take a look at what the what's happening tomorrow and Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. But the big thing is event number 1 tomorrow kicks off our summer series, and that's a free roll. Doors open up at 11:30, 1 o'clock start time, and it's going to be a packed house here, ladies and gentlemen. There's $40 rebuys at the table, 20-minute levels. So the late registration, late reg is probably around 5 p.m.
Right, and we talked about that. Even if you are the last to get seated, you can still get that $40 add-on, get the 40K in chips, and you still could be sitting with right around 30 big blinds. So no matter the time, as long as it's before 5 p.m., try to get out here. Okay, and then there it is. Also, the initial, you have the option as soon as you register for the tournament, you can do a $10 optional dealer add-on. That $10 goes directly to the dealers, and that'll get you an extra 10,000 in chips. And as Vic said, doors open at 11:30. It's a packed house. Don't show up at 1 o'clock and think you're going to be able to sneak in right away. I advise everyone to get here early, get that player's card made.
However, if you can't get here till 1 or 1:30, please know that you know we had that situation before, and 123rd alternate winds up taking second place. So if you want to come here and stick it out, we're gonna get you seated.
Yep.
We are.
Yep. As long as you're here, we won't turn anybody away.
Right.
Even if it's 6 p.m. by the time you get seated, we'll still sit you with your full stack, your add-on, whatever you got. And you could take your shot at that $10,000 prize pool. That's going to be event number 1, kicking off tomorrow. Doors open 11:30 a.m. Tournament starts at 1. And as Vic said, it's going to be a packed house. It's always a lot of fun, a lot of people running around. We seat 170 players. And there's the main event.
This is what it's all leading up to, which starts Thursday, July 27th, with 2 flights, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Those are 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. $140 buy-in. I mean, you've been in this business for a while. Do you ever see this kind of value?
I don't think I've ever seen it to where you can buy into a tournament. I mean, it's a $100K guarantee prize pool. We're guaranteed at least $20,000 for first place. There's a $1,000 double bag bonus paid out immediately. If you bag for any flight, you get $200 also immediately. So just nonstop handing out cash immediately. There's no waiting around. There's no coming back. You got double bag. Here's your $1,000. Fire away on some more flights or whatever you want to do with it. Play in another event. But yeah, I don't know as if I've ever seen it to where you can get that type of value for a $140 buy-in, and it's only here at the Reserve at 5105 Glendale, right in Toledo, Ohio. And as Vic said, we got that streaming schedule. We'll do a feature or a final table tomorrow
night
for the free roll. We'll do a final table for Monday, final table on Wednesday,
correct,
and then
final tables on the 6 p.m. flights,
okay,
Thursday, Friday,
feature,
and
feature
Saturday.
table.
Final table.
Be feature table on the evening flights for the 100K. And as you can see, there's a pan of the room. Looks like satellites have started to shut down. The $60 freeze out has still got 2 tables there, dwindling down almost at that final table. So
you're looking at the quiet before the storm.
That's right.
This is not what this room is going to look like.
Absolutely not. There'll be
over the next 8 days.
There'll be trays scattered. There'll be players in all the seats. Every single seat will be filled. There'll be masseuses walking around. There'll be food trucks out in the parking lot. So really excited. Going to get some sleep. We're going to sign off again.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, doors open 11:30. And Vic, I'm sure you'll be in the booth before too long.
Yes,
calling
right.
another game. So.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys stopping in and watching the 1-3 regular Joe show, and we'll be back again tomorrow.
Yep. Be safe, everybody. Good night.